What is going on, YouTube world? He's Steve. I'm Dave. Episode 31, the Instant Revolution podcast. Busting a little sports card mythology, whatever you want to call it. We're gonna stuff that is put out there slanderously by either pumpers and dumpers or just people that don't have a clue, or like Trista, folks that before she knew me had no fucking clue about cards at all, where it's just you get it we're going to try to get it from both sides tonight, where we'll talk a little bit about the seasoned collectors, the seasoned veterans of collecting, and then the folks that are just sort of either parents, spouses, significant others, people that hear about it at work that just baseball cards, was that still a thing? So again, it won't be as in-depth as a few of our last conversations, but I figured it was worthy. We figured it was worthy of time, just to, I won't say to like come down from the high of the last few episodes where I think we really got some good information out there. But I mean, it's something that you don't see many people talking about because they don't want to have their value decrease as folks that are giving the advice. You don't want to say, hey, stay away from this, or hey, this is a better hint than just buy Giannis, buy Steph Curry National Treasures rookies, buy Kobe rookies. Yeah, we got that. Thanks for the update, Einstein. And while you take that swig there, Steve, who is our sponsor tonight?
Still Bud Light.
So Bud Light.
Still have a... Yeah, don't tap into the Rockies.
Even though there's a bunch of snow out there, so
yeah, there is quite a bit of snow out there in Colorado. So welcome to everybody, as always. A lot of the same crew. As we always say, it's always much appreciated. You guys are the reasons why we continue to do this. Vinny, I'm surprised to see you, at least based on what we were talking about earlier. But we had Paul freestyling earlier before we went live, so that was fun to see. And Bobby, everybody waits a week. It's no different. We always wait a week for Carlos to show, though, too. So not quite sure where you were going with that, sir.
Yeah.
I will go ahead and throw this out there. We do have a little bit of a delay from the chats, or at least the chat coming in from YouTube. It's like it's dumping at any given time. So hopefully it's not going to be too bad. It seems as though we're getting a little bit more in sync with a lot of the comments, which is good. But it always kind of sucks when you have a substantial lag and you're trying to have a conversation, and we want to bring in y'all's topics or y'all's feedback in regards to certain things. Kind of makes for a kick in the tail, if you know what I mean. So, Dave, where do you want to start with first as it pertains to myths? Because I know you and I, we always prep a little bit before going live. We did have one suggestion that came from Instagram. Well, an individual from Instagram. However, it came in via text. So I did bring that up to Dave, and we will kind of touch on that a little bit because that one's a little bit more subjective to a certain degree. But as we always, say, comments, suggestions, Dave is the mastermind behind getting a lot of this stuff set up, and kind of pre-framing some of the topics. He and I talk. It's not as though everything's coming from Dave's brain, because if it was, then we may be in some trouble.
Titanic.
But we do really want to hear from you guys, though, too, because like Ed Weskergriff ended up texting me the other day and brought up something. Dave already has it on the docket for next week, and I think it's going to be an important topic. Not going to talk about it this evening. It may come up a little bit later, but we don't want to focus on that one.
No spoiler alerts. None.
I'm going to try not to. So yeah, where do you want to start? You want to start with the big one as it pertains to what you alluded to in our pre-warm up?
Yeah, I'll go with the first one, and it's the first one on the list for more of the seasoned collectors, is that there are no deals out there. You can't find something of value somewhere, even if it's maybe above market what it was 4 or 5 years ago. Markets change. That's just a harsh reality in pretty much everything. Very few things constantly go down. And if they do, that's probably something to stay away from. You don't want to buy a house in the swamps of Louisiana. It's probably going to get sucked into the sinkhole. That's why it's not going to sell for much. Cards are like houses, like vehicles. Again, if you drive a vehicle off a lot, that's one thing. You don't go to see a 2021 Dodge Ram and you expect it to be at a 2005 price. It just doesn't happen. There are tons of deals out there. Tons. Does that mean you have to use, and I hate using the word manipulation, but a keyword selectivity if you're looking on some of these sites? Yes. Some of the times you won't find what you're looking for necessarily in something that's listed. Mike Trout 2009 Bowman Chrome Draft. I type that in. I'm going to get the people that are making the reprints. I'm going to get true stuff. It's a scary proposition. I won't say my head is large, but sometimes the knowledge or what I think is knowledge is in there. It's scary even to me. Where
bullshit. Sorry.
You need a tissue, Steve?
No, I think I'm good. I'll just use my shirt. There's a good analogy, though, Dave, right there. His range is like his list of PC players, limitless.
I want to toot my own horn. I actually thought I had decent points on Carlos's show on Sunday. Couple adequate points. So it's there. I like to share it, but I don't always want to be the philosophical. Let's. And I'm not with analytics and numbers. I'll do it just by thought process and rolling it out what I'm going to think step by step. But just because you look up the 2009 Bowman Chrome Trout, somebody, again, for whatever reason, this is probably a bad example for this type, it may be in a lot somewhere. If you just look up baseball card lot, you may find stuff. I found, and on my channel, you've seen just hockey lot. And I've got stuff. I mean, it's not Gretzky rookies and Lemieux rookies in there, but when you can get low numbered inserts, and you can pick it up for like $10 and you get about 15, 20 cards. I get a Brodeur or two for the PC. I get some stuff that I remember from back in the day. There is stuff out there.
Yep.
That if you are willing to put the time in it, it's been said a little more. I'm watching various content and videos over the last couple months. You're starting to see more people say that. And it's like, yeah, we've been saying that all along. If you want to put the time in, you will find deals on the GOATs, on the marquee cards at the Gary V's, the Goldens, the Vegas A's, all these people that they're pumping. You're not finding a PSA 10 Charizard first edition for $50. Sorry, that ship no longer exists.
Yep.
But if you want to find maybe a Matt Williams legacy or a masterpiece, somebody might not know what they've got. Sell it for like $100 for like a masterpiece. That's going to be a solid deal. There's a ton out there, but if you're just complaining, there's nothing. Everything's too expensive. I can't afford a thing. False. Myth. Yep. Busted.
Now, I look at the PMG green you snagged. in that lot.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it wasn't a few bucks by any stretch of the imagination, but at the same time, did the person realize what they had? Potentially.
Mm-hmm.
Uh, did they care? Probably not, because that was listed to sell. That
Mm-hmm.
lot was. Uh, and as you alluded to, it really boils down to time and patience. Uh, I got a little frustrated last night, and I'll be the first one to admit it. We all do at times. Uh, I got outbid on two different things, and I'm like, what the hell? There should be no reason as to why this card sold for what it did. So it is a little frustrating, a little aggravating. Uh, I still feel as though I have my pretty good gauge on price points and things along those lines pertaining to my PC guy.
Mm-hmm.
But on the flip side, case in point today, I sent something over to Dave, and it's a nice card. It's one that I like to have, especially with Lindsay potentially getting the boot since they tendered him at the lowest possible uh, rating as humanly possible. It's dual auto Terrell Davis and Philip Lindsay. It's the passing the torch, and it's numbered to 10. It's the lowest passing the torch that they've done for Terrell Davis since he's been in it. It's a nice card. Philip Lindsay's signature is a little bit crappy. It goes all over the on and off the sticker. I didn't even bother to see what it finally went for. But at the time I sent it to Dave, it was over $100. And I'm like, this really isn't over $100 card. I just numbered to 10. Yes, it's a dual auto. I can look back years ago and I didn't pay $100 for my Jim Brown Terrell Davis passing the torch dual auto, which was the first year that they did it.
Mm-hmm.
Now, granted, that was years ago, and the market is different. I get that.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm not basing pricing on, 10 years ago. We're in, a completely different universe right now as it pertains to that. But in time, being patient, kind of change the way you do your searching. There are deals still to be had, without a doubt. And to kind of piggyback on, the top tier guys, the premium cards, the premier rookies, if you want to use that terminology. Uh, like you said, that ship is gone. You're not you're not going to be able to sniff those unless you got big bucks. It's not feasible. However, there are cheap alternatives though too. You don't have to try and go for the holy grail and go after a contender's championship ticket, Brady PSA 8 with a 10 autograph, or why?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you can go after one, go after a raw one. You're still going to pay for it, but it may have ding corners and everything else. But if it's something that you want, there is still opportunities out there, even for some of those cards. For most of us, it's way out of our price range, but it's still potentially doable. But I'm gonna pose one, and I think I know Dave's take on this, and it's not really it could be considered a myth, but I'm curious to also get the take of everybody else. So I'm gonna pose this in a 2-part kind of way. Is it the market, or is it the collector that dictates the key rookie card? And there's a reason behind my question. Because you can technically argue both sides. But where I'm going with this, though, is if we go one way, can we debunk it as a myth? Or if you go this way, can we debunk it as a myth? Because it can go either way.
It's tough. It's because you have, like we've said before, the influencers get that contenders. Well, that contenders Brady, that wasn't the Brady, even though the other stuff is out there and a lot of it's in that college uniform. I For me, it's like the upper deck. I go back to true traditional rookies, something that everybody can have a feasible shot at getting. Now, again, that's sort of changed and dipped and whatever in the early 2000s, especially with basketball. Everything basketball wise for that first couple of years had some sort of serial numbering, it seemed. It was so even with like the tops chrome, some of that stuff, the tops chrome, especially like in 01 for football, had serial numbering to 999.
Yep.
I would say, I think more of and it shifts because even though collectors are collectors, you have all this white noise. You have all the gold, and you have all the influencers on Instagram, on YouTube, on the Facebook posts. You see that.
I'm going to change one thing. Take that out of the equation. Take the influencers out of the equation. So look at it from a couple of years perspective. Before we had, these $1 million sales, like daily almost, it seems. Take that out of the consideration. Take that out of the equation. If we were to say that the collector dictates the key rookie, is that a fact or is it fiction? If you look at it from now, it's more, to me, the market dictates it.
Yes.
Because you're looking at the prices in which some of those cards are selling for.
Mm-hmm.
And yes, I'm saying key rookie, but key card in general.
Mm-hmm.
If you want to go outside of that, the 52 Mantle, for instance, that's selling for more than the 51.
Yep.
And the 51 is his rookie. The 52 Tops is what his first Tops card, and that really like the designation. Beautiful card, but that card right there, since it's vintage, that was the collector. That was the collector base that kind of really dictated that one. For vintage, I think you can argue the collector is what dictated that key card, because it's been evident over the years.
Yeah.
It has nothing to do with the market. But if you look at things now, and like I said, still take out the influencer in the equation, is it now the fact that it's the market? Because to me, there's like shifts. For instance, the Brady rookie. Don't hold me to this, but at some point, I think the SP Authentic was damn near close to the playoff contenders from a sell price perspective. Serial numbered. Base contenders is not. Now, championship ticket is different situation, but that is a rookie parallel. It's not a rookie card. It's a parallel. But the SP Authentic was, top dog. It's still up there, don't get me wrong. But, the contenders obviously has overtaken it since we've had, a $1 million sale of it. Will we see that for an SP Authentic? Probably not, because it doesn't have an autograph. Would be my guess. But it could get close.
Yeah.
But if we look at, our heyday, is it safe to say that it's a fact that more of the collector dictated what that key card was for a certain player, or key cards for that matter? Because I don't want to limit it to just one card, because there could be a multitude.
Yeah, it now definitely more so. It's the market, and that's where there's heading back to the first. There's still deals to be had on some. We'll just use a Tom Brady because it's, I think, an easy sort of a talking point here, where he's got not everything because he doesn't have that Tops rookie, but there's a Bowman, There's the Bowman Chrome, a Crown Royale, Donruss Elite, no finest, but he's got a Fleer Tradition, the Leaf Limited,
Dominion,
Dominion Score,
Impact.
Impact, SP, SPX,
Yep.
Ultra, UD Ionics Upper Deck. I think is there a Gold Reserve or no? I don't.
I want to say yes, but don't hold me to that. There may be an encore too.
I want to say rookies might be Encore because that was always just the parallel that the foily set version.
Yep.
A Leaf Rookies and Stars and Leaf Limited. Don't know if I said those, but they're, and again, out of all that and Score.
You said Score.
Okay. There's a ton of stuff to choose from. But you had, over the years, it's like, okay, you had that SP Authentic, you had the Contenders. Those were like 1A, 1B for a number of years. SPX was still up there a little. And then it drops down to like the Upper Deck. Bowman Chrome wasn't even a thought. That was one of those ones that was in that Fleer Tradition, Dominion. It's like, oh, Bowman Chrome. Those are okay. That's baseball, though. That's where the baseball card rookies are at. Football, that's nice, but they didn't stick around a long time. So you think at that point the collectors dictated. Now it's the market. It's odd. It's just an odd, like the pendulum swings. And will I go back to that? Where people, it might not be seen at as by like the big collectors, the big money spenders, as those key rookies, but at some point, the people that want to pick up a Brady rookie, the folks that want to pick up something for their kid, for whatever quote unquote investment grave piece when I'm dying, what's happening, guess what? You get a Brady Ultra PSA 8 or whatever, or an Upper Deck PSA 8 or whatever the case may be. That's what you're getting. That's what I can afford. That's what you're getting. So it's gonna, I don't know if that pendulum's gonna completely swing back to that side, but at some point it will, I think, level off somewhere in the middle where folks that actually they want to get a Brady rookie. You can't do that with a Jordan. You've got the Fleer. If you want to get the star stuff, that's up to you. I'd love to have gotten it way back then to sort of alleviate all the copying and the recreations. The Brady stuff, it's pretty much, it's not Teflon, but I mean, it's close to it. Unless you're buying something off eBay for $4.95, buy it now, and it's a reprint, and it clearly states reprint. But
I almost want to bring that up as a general topic of conversation, but we can bring that up later as we get through the topic, because I'm curious to know other people's opinions on the whole reprint.
Yeah, I've looked a couple times at certain players and seen a lot of reprints on there of like key cards. I'm like, oh wow, that's pretty shitty, but okay. I think that pendulum at some point, though, will swing back toward more of a 50-50, if not like a 55-45, just depending on how strong the market is. You're always going to have people saying, well, I think that Contenders is the number one card. Well, that's nice. Guess what? I think that Upper Deck or the SP Authentic or the Bowman Chrome, those are more, for me, the ones I'd want. Donruss, the parallels, the career or season stat line, the elite, the status or the aspirations, the Leaf Limited and the limited version of like the hollow foil or the score, final score. Even the scorecard, I wouldn't mind that because they're still limited, serial numbered. But again, people sort of crap on the fact that, oh, he's in his Michigan uniform or in the training camp stuff. Well, he wasn't. it's been said and beaten to death like a dead horse. Elmer's is coming around the corner with the glue truck. He's a 6th-round pick. And there's like 13 quarterbacks taken before him, and we've listed them before, and it's everybody knows that story. So you're not looking at this guy. You had Bledsoe entrenched as the number one. This wasn't a first-round pick coming in, and you had Jake Delhomme as a 10-year starter that was mediocre. It's like, okay, Bledsoe's led them Super Bowl a couple years before. AFC East titles. Solid play. It's not like you expect Brady to come in there and beat the world, but I hate that excuse or that reasoning and rationale. Like, oh, that season is like whatever the combine type gear for preseason. Yeah, who cares? It's still a Tom Brady rookie. That should if you get to that point where it's like, I don't like what he's wearing on the card, and it's something like that where it's not, again, like a Panini product of now where you're not licensed. I can go a little further down the path with you with that argument, but back then, no, that's a Tom Brady National Football League licensed product rookie card.
So doctor, just to let you know, we will touch on that a little bit here in after we get through, going through some of the myth stuff, because it's interesting you brought it up that way, and I think it's going to create some topics of discussion. But just know, I do want to touch on that because it's more a rash these days than it ever has been. But I wanted us to be able to focus on the topic first and then kind of circle back to that because us as hobby purists or collectors probably have a different opinion on some of that. But we will get to that, and I am going to be curious to hear what some of you guys have to say. But so we can kind of close off on the whole collector market type thing. To a degree, I think we're in agreement that, historically it used to be the collector. Now it seems to be more the market. As things kind of, we'll call them standardized, level out, which, we all hope to see. I would agree that we're probably going to see the pendulum swing a little bit more to more even keel for a lot of the newer stuff. For stuff that's out now, or even in the next couple of years, the market's going to dictate it. There's hands down. I can't argue that the collector base will dictate it. It really will be the market because all you have to do is go look at sales, and whatever the highest sales are, that's really going to dictate what that key card or cards are for a said player, whether it be rookie or not. On to one that was brought up from Instagram, as I alluded to, came via text message. He said I didn't have to say where it came from, but I'm going to give him credit anyways. Came from Cardboard Underground on Instagram. Dave and I know him as DC. We actually know him by his name, but we'll keep it at DC per his request. But he did have a good one to bring up, and it is football related. The myth being that, quarterbacks really get all the hobby love, so to speak. And yet wide receivers, running backs, defense, other players don't seem to get as much money for their cards. And to a certain degree, it is a reality. Mm-hmm. So we can't say that we're going to debunk the myth because it is a reality. We see it. You look at Brady, you look at Peyton, you look at Mahomes, Herbert, Burrow, you see it. We've always seen it. That's been a thing forever, it seems. Quarterbacks always are the ones that sell for the most. However, it's one of those in which there is there's different ways to look at things. Uh, Chicks dig the long ball. Uh, Running backs typically come in second, then your receivers usually. Defense are the low people on the totem pole, and then of course you got the offensive line who really get crapped on consistently. Uh, but as a player collector of a running back, and over the years, I can't sit there and say that there's not an increased value or increased costs that are incurred for some of his cards. Uh, so it's one of those in which I don't want to say the table's turning. However, the market is starting to recognize that there is some, and I don't want to even use the term value. There's opportunities, and I'm not talking PMGs. I'm not talking uh, rubies. I'm not talking about what Dave and I have always alluded to as iconic inserts or parallels,
Mhm.
because that's a whole different ballgame. That's comparing apples to oranges to a certain degree. But the value is increasing. So it's one of those in which will it ever atop a quarterback? Unless we're talking Walter Payton, 76 in a PSA 10, outselling, maybe a Joe Montana 81. I guess it's possible. An 86 Rice, uh, you know, we all know that the 86 Rice is probably the most or the highest valued wide receiver rookie card
Mhm.
on the face of the earth. And I'm not counting one of ones. I'm not going that. And I may be exaggerating a little bit. However, in a PSA 10, it's a tough grade. Let's be
Yeah.
real. And it sells for stupid money. And I have a feeling we're probably going to see one of those that's going to set an all time record for a PSA 10 in the coming weeks, coming months. I think it's going to happen. Uh, but it's going to outsell probably an 89 score Aikman in a PSA 10.
Yeah.
So there is some appreciation for some of those players. However, you don't. It's like the select few, and and I don't even want to call it an anomaly, but it almost seems as such because there's key cards that ultimately could outsell a quarterback. Uh, but we are starting to see it, and I don't think it's going to be a complete and utter swing. But and I'll let Dave touch on this with some of the Jerry Rice stuff. And there's a reason why I bring up Jerry Rice, because I'll let Dave kind of touch on some of the stuff a little bit more here in just a minute. It's getting interesting, and I know we talked about Rice, last week a little bit, and Carlos chimed in and was like, anybody who has the quote unquote GOAT title has a tendency to see some increase in values on some cards. But what's interesting is the cards in which are being impacted is what's really intriguing. So Dave, I'll kind of let you kind of piggyback off of that.
If you notice, or if you look up Jerry Rice refractors, I haven't looked up a 96, but the 97 that we talked about last week, that was like, I think 2 weeks ago, I'd seen going for well over 100. And then I'd shared a screenshot to Steve. I don't even know when it was, maybe the weekend. And there was like a 99, I think. I think just a plain refractor, not even just the base refractor. And that thing was at like 60 some odd dollars. And
Not
again,
graded.
yeah, ungraded, raw copy. Where I get the uptick for the goats. Rice universally, again, you can get in the Moss or Rice, but I still say Rice because he played longer, he played harder longer, and I'm a Moss. I love Randy Moss, but there were tons of plays he took off. You should in theory, if this is the theory that's going on right now in the hobby, if these goats, Barry Sanders, some of his stuff is ticking upwards too. To the degree that the Jerry Rice stuff, refractor wise, is, I don't believe so. I'll have to do a little more research over the next week and come back on next week's episode, maybe chime in on that and just do a little compare and contrast. But the rice market, and I wish Bart was in here too, because he's a big rice collector. I know it's gone up quite a bit. Again, when you're getting raw refractors over 100, and the one that was at like 3-4 days left with $65-$70, you know that is a white hot market. And it's not like it shouldn't be, but when some of the key inserts are not to that degree. I'm not, like Steve notated before, it's not the Skybox Premium Rubies, it's not the PMGs, it's not even the Legacy Collection. It's stuff that's numbered to 100, a case hit of some sort. It's nice, visually appealing cards that are not hitting new records. You just don't know if it's the newer folks in the hobby coming in and saying, well, you know what? I like those Panini Silvers. What looks like a Panini Silver because Panini wasn't around? Well, Topps Chrome Refractors. I don't know the thinking there. That's the only thing that pops into my head that makes any bit of sense, that chimes any logic. So that if that's a trend or if that's just like a market mirage with the times we're in, we'll have to see. To the point of quarterbacks always commanding the top dollar, and deservedly so, probably not. Again, you've seen many a time folks get burned. You can go back.
Jamarcus Russell.
I mean, even like 84, I'm sure like Ken O'Brien stuff, even back then, was selling. He had a good career. But again, you get drafted before Marino. People put the eggs in that basket. Browning Nagel, I remember him, Marinovich, and Dan McGuire, all in that 91, 92 type class. Klingler. People had high hopes for Klingler because you'll see Andre Ware, not a super high pick, but you see that Houston offense putting up 80, 90 points in college. He's thrown for 5, 6, 7,000 yards, it seemed. The quarterback has always been the most volatile position. Basketball, you don't have that. You've got the number one pick. That's the volatile position. And that's the draft position. It's not actually on the court. Baseball, you have pitchers. Those are always the ones that are, and this was 10, 15 years ago. You want to invest in a pitcher? It's like, okay, go hard after one, but then after about 5 years, if he's blown out his arm once or twice, or he's had a mediocre year or two, then you start wondering. So that it's sort of changed in that regard from the middle of last decade to now, where you're looking for that promising hitter more so.
Yep. And Paul, to answer your question, I only know of one, and I don't want to speak for him. If he happens to show up, we can ask him. I don't know if he's still actively picking stuff up, but Mr. Bob Lewis is a Shaq collector. So there are people out there. The difference is it took, all the way up through 2020 for people to truly appreciate, I guess, what he brought to the table, which is why you started seeing upticks in his stuff. Something that I do find interesting and it kind of piggybacks on to the whole Jerry Rice thing. If you look at Golden Auction stuff, for instance, it's mostly basketball and baseball. You've started to see an influx of soccer, which I think we've just barely broke topsoil on the soccer stuff. I can only imagine where that's going to head, especially with some of the stuff that he recently got, Pele rookies, and it just stuff that's old as dirt. Which I played soccer growing up. I have a fondness for soccer, and I still feel as though Pele is the greatest of all time. I feel like Pele is the GOAT, and people could disagree with me, and that's fine. But the time in which he played, there was nobody better. And that's before soccer really was a mainstream type thing outside of, World Cup. But you don't see a lot of football. And the golden stuff, you've started seeing a little bit of it, the Brady's championship tickets. I want to say I think he had an SP Authentic, though, too. And because he has such a large reach, I'm curious to know if, since we're starting to see more news surrounding new records for football, people are starting to take notice in certain situations, to start seeing, increases in some of the key rookies, your Marinos, your Elways, your Namus, those type of guys, Bradshaw, Staubach, Montana, Aikman, the earlier guys, not newer guys. I'm not talking 04, I'm not talking, 05, I'm not talking 2017. I'm not talking about the newer guys. But I'm wondering if we're going to start seeing an uptick in that as well, because of, like I said, his reach and his ability to touch so many different people. Maybe that could be a reason as to why we're seeing Rice refractors selling for what they are. Because somebody has a notion that if Rice is the GOAT, although Moss would disagree with that, people are banking on the possibility of his stuff exploding, maybe. It's hard to know. It's all speculative. But since we have so many more influencers these days, it seems, and I don't want to use the term pumping and dumping, but some of them are, because they have a substantial position in certain players or product. It'll be interesting to see if he starts, getting more football on a lot of his bigger auctions and things along those lines. You start seeing like the Paytons and the Montanas and the Namus and Bronco Nagurski's, Y.A. Tittles, all the way back into the 50s and the 40s and, all that kind of stuff. It'll be interesting to see if it actually makes the football market go complete and utter mad like basketball is. Doesn't matter where it falls in basketball. Doesn't matter if it's ultra modern, modern, vintage, older than Methuselah. It doesn't matter. Basketball market is nuts.
Mm-hmm.
Baseball market's going to start getting nuts because guess what? Baseball season is right around the corner. So you're going to see an increase.
Yeah.
And to almost circle back to what you were saying about, finding deals, if you're willing to put forth the effort. Here's my piece of advice to everybody, and this is not rocket science. Buy your stuff when it's during off season. Don't buy it when it's in the middle of the season.
Yep.
And I don't want to I don't want to say, guys, it's common sense, because maybe people don't realize it, but buy when it's in off season. Don't buy during the postseason. That's typically when you're going to see an even larger increase in values for those individuals that are in the postseason. Buy your stuff in the off season. If you want to sell high, do it during the season. But if you want to buy stuff, focus during the off season. And if you're a multi-sport collector, then there is no reason as to why you can't find something. It's just now. Will at some point, because of the way that the market is that going to matter? Who knows? But historically, if you look at sales historically, you usually get stuff cheaper during the off season. You'll have those one-off occasions, those, anomalies, but if you want something consistent, look at picking up stuff during the off season. It's worked for me for as long as I can remember. And I always felt as though during the season I got better money for certain cards. Even if something sells for 99 cents, you may not get 99 cents during the off season. Mm-hmm. But during the season, depending on the player or anything along those lines, somebody may go after it because it's their team, their player, whatever. Basketball, I think, is the only one. And you're right, it is more hype, but I think basketball is the only one in which there's a little bit more consistency across the board, whether it be during the season or during the off season. But I'd almost be willing to bet that your Jordan stuff, your insert related stuff, probably would go a little bit cheaper during the off season. Just because there is no hype about basketball going on. People may not be thinking about it as often. Mm-hmm. So you may see a slight downtick in pricing. I could be wrong. This is all speculation because I am talking about Jordan. But it's possible. I'd be interested to go and actually, if I could find a way to go back and look at stuff for, a 12-month window for, let's say 10 different cards and look at it. And I'm not talking graded copies, folks. Graded copies are a completely different animal. I'm talking raw. I would venture to say that you would see more of an up and then a little bit more of a leveling. And I would think it would be right around when when basketball is going or when it's not.
To put a bow on quarterbacks will always have or be more valuable or more desired until, again, this is sort of the outside the realm of normal thinking, until you really have a film too. Think of any film that's fictional, because again, if you have a real story, Vince Papale for the kicker, the trash can kicker for the Eagles, stuff like that, it's gonna be dependent on the person and the story. You have Hollywood, like the Friday Night Lights, stuff like Varsity Blues, stuff of that. Who's the main character? What's always the glamorized, glorified position in sports? You want to be that high school quarterback. You want to be the college quarterback. And again, it's fringy on coming into the topic on why it's so expensive or why they command the most attention. But you have to look at it that way too, where people, maybe not the most savvy of collectors, the most experienced of collectors, they look at, okay, well, Manning, Brady, Favre, Rodgers, that's all the people talk about. That's got to be where I slide my chips into the middle of the table and say, I give me some Rodgers rookies, give me some Manning rookies. I need a Tom Brady rookie. Get me Mahomes, get me Deshaun Watson, get me Josh Allen, get me Lamar Jackson, Herbert, Dak Prescott, Kyler. Get me all their rookies because those are the players that are always on SportsCenter. You see the highlight clips; those are the most prominent players. The only thing that's going to change, and it's not going to be an overall change in ideology or philosophies collecting wise. It's going to have to be some sort of transcendent player. If Bo Jackson came along right now, his prices, if he played like he played late 80s, early 90s, he has a Monday Night Football where he's running 70 yards through the chute up in the Mariners Stadium. He bulldozes, let's say Ray Lewis, he bulldozes him going in the end zone. He's stiff-arming people like Derrick Henry's done. And he's got that persona. Then you will see like Randy Moss too. When he came in, it was sort of a slow burn. Thanksgiving, 3 touchdowns in Dallas. Okay, Moss has just leapt over everyone else because of that and the continued success for the next 3-4 years. Then the Vikings wilted like a flower in the late fall and traded him away for nothing. And 2007 he rejuvenates his career with New England. But you're going to have a generational lifetime talent coming in at one of those other positions in this day and age, in this market, even if the market and when the market cools down, to really, really rival any of these quarterbacks' prices. Because perfect timing. What are we heading up to for NFL? We're in free agency, but what's coming up in about a month and change?
The draft.
They have 40 minutes. Mel Kiper, Todd McShay, the guy that just was the GM for Oakland, Mike Mayock. Everybody critique. Go to this combine. You sit there. Go to game film. You watch and then you're sitting there back and forth. The motion. Well, look at this motion. There's a hitch in it. There's this. There's that. There's everything. It's the most scrutinized position. It's the most glorified position. It's the position everybody wants to be in. You don't dream of being that Adam Vinatieri kicking the game-winning field goal in Super Bowl. You dream of that. Being that quarterback. You get to haul off the cheerleader. You get the Lombardi Trophy. You get the promotions. You get the commercials, the accolades. You get that. So,
not to take away, but Paul, hate to bust your bubble. There's never going to be a generational nose tackle. There is no glorification of that position whatsoever. However, they are key to the defensive line, and usually they're very large.
Yeah.
Like can take on 2 people and plug a hole at the same time. But I would agree that it would take a generational talent at receiver or running back, or even look at it from the defensive side of the ball. A cornerback, a pass rusher, somebody who comes in potentially like as a rookie and breaks Lawrence Taylor's record. Something that's just crazy. That would shift the focus a little bit. I don't think we're ever going to see them the bulk of them attain the pricing of the caliber of a quarterback, just because of it's the nature of the game. I know Ty brings up Prism boxes for $4,000 each. I mean, basketball are $3,000 a pop, and it's all because of LaMelo Ball. And there's a few others, but I mean that's the main reason. You can guarantee that 2021 Prism hobby boxes are going to be probably damn near the same, and that's going to be because of Trevor Lawrence. For those people who have seen Pick Your Team breaks and seen the astronomical prices for Cincinnati or San Diego or Miami, just wait for 2021 products to drop and wherever Lawrence is going. I don't want to speculate because you don't ever know, at least not in this day and age with trades and everything else leading up to the draft. But you can guarantee that you're probably going to see the highest per team price because of Lawrence. Because they have him so hyped. Generational talent at quarterback. I mean, they have him so hyped. NFL ready out of the gate, so blah, 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 blah. I mean, don't get me wrong. I hope the kid does good. I don't ever want to see these kids coming out of college and be bad. But I will say, play devil's advocate here. What if he came out last year? Like he potentially could have. Mm-hmm. He thought about it. What would that do to this draft class? Who are you going to put at number one as far as the quarterback in this draft class if you remove Lawrence? I think anybody could argue a lot of different quarterbacks, but I don't want to get on draft topics and, all that kind of stuff. But it's, it's just the fact that Ty brought up the pricing of, Prism. Prism football it's going to be crazy just like it is for basketball. And it's only going to go up for basketball.
Yeah, and you've got Anthony Edwards for the Timberwolves starting to do a little better. Wiseman for Golden State hasn't really done a heck of a lot. Those are the top three. And then everybody else sort of middling. I mean, nobody's really carved a niche, done real well. Last year's class was a little better, but yeah, it's in basketball, it's part, what are you doing for me now? And there's so much, the promise, the potential, the ceiling, all those pretty buzzwords, spoiler, pretty buzzwords that people love.
You said no spoilers, Dave.
About what? About in this hobby where it's like, it sort of it gets people that are in it and sort of, I won't say in the fringe, they're in it, but it's like, well, do I really want to go drop 300 on a break, 600 on a break, 1,000 on a box or whatever? Well, there's the potential for this card. Potential for that card. I might hit this. So I don't even want to see, because again, even after Lawrence, you have a pretty good stack of quarterbacks that are going to be in that top 10. And it's not because they should be, it's because people are overdrafting due to the fact that they want to keep up with the Joneses. So if you get your good quarterback on a rookie scale, that gives you money to play with another position. But that's, again, we're really derailing the topic. It all circles back in, but
it does. And Mike, that's an interesting point you bring up. If that is in fact the case, and I'm going to throw this out there, since card collecting is mainstream media these days because of all the high profile people that are now involved, is it safe to say that because of that, we're going to see major hyping of any and all rookie classes until something stabilizes? Because, you usually have a handful of people in a draft class that have major potential and are typically the ones that, outsell others out of the gate. And then comes the performance aspect. But if that's going to be the standard, and that's what is being conveyed in the sports world across the board, then I hate to say this, how the hell's the market ever going to crash?
Mm-hmm.
Because if everything's being overhyped, you know, or even hyped for that matter, because of all the money that's in the hobby right now and all those high profile people having money tied up in it, we're all screwed. I mean, it's never going to go anywhere. We're all screwed.
No, I see. I think for Oklahoma State is pretty much a consensus type number one or at low number two overall for the this upcoming NBA draft. So, and again, I look at that stuff more towards the draft time to get a feel. You see the mock drafts now and all that, but again, we can go on about that in about a month. That'll be probably one of the one of the episodes. Just we'll do some draft talk because again, it's something I think everybody likes to do. I mean, even before it got to be what it is now, that's always something I like to do. Look at the draft guide or whatever. I'd watch college football. You know why? A, I liked it. B, I wanted to see who I could sort of peg for the next level. Be like, okay, this guy's going to be probably a good good tackle. This guy's going to, I don't know. He's an okay running back, but there's a lot of hype behind him. We'll have to see. So we'll talk more about that in a month. I want to get to some of the myths and misnomers, maybe for a newbie, since Trista had a bunch of stuff for her when I asked her about it, because I wanted to get the other vantage point. And I'll sort of tie the first two in together that baseball cards, they still do exist, and baseball being the generic term for sports cards, because that's basically what it's been forever and a day. And then that she only thought kids collected them. I mean, that was the only. She was stunned on, well, multiple levels.
It usually starts as a kid.
Yeah.
So that's not completely false. But that's typically where it starts for most of us. And it just kind of carries on because of the enjoyment, the nostalgia of what it was like as a kid, rooting for a team, going to sporting events. You know, it's a multitude of things. But I do always like to go back to the nostalgia aspect of remembering what it was like. Whether it be going to the grocery store, getting retail packs because there was more in abundance, and it was retail packs. These blaster boxes and mega boxes and stuff were not a thing. They were packs. And a lot of products, there wasn't a differentiation between hobby and retail, depending on where you went. I mean, like, for instance, my grandmother always got Flair Ultra 93 by the buttload every time she went to the grocery store. Some Pacific stuff. But, you know, I remember what it was like to walk into my first hobby shop. First Base was the name of it. And I talked about that a little bit. Hush, dog. But I remember just what it felt like. And seeing all of this stuff, all the singles, all the vintage, all the current rookies, all the boxes, all the packs. And I remember what it was like to pull my first rookie. So it was always the nostalgia for me, which is why it kept me in the hobby, so to speak. But it is interesting that, you know, for those with the outside lens looking in, definitely a lot of people always had that misnomer of, wasn't that a kid's hobby?
Mm-hmm.
And if they only knew what it was like these days, most kids aren't in the hobby.
No.
Because you can't find it or you can't afford it.
Yeah.
Or I should say the parents can't afford it. But I do like the fact that she brought up the whole bucket of baseball cards. And I hate to admit this. I've been guilty of that because, baseball, America's pastime, typically it's easier to explain stuff. If people ask what my hobbies are, it's like, well, I'm a sports card and a memorabilia collector. Oh, you collect sports cars? No, baseball cards.
Mhm.
Oh, so it's one of those in which it's easier just to kind of throw that out there. But it's interesting that it always kind of goes back to baseball cards as the standard terminology. Um, I don't want to say it's busted these days, or it's probably more of a busted myth more these days because you know most of us either signify it by a sport
Mhm.
and then cards, or they just say I collect sports cards. Uh, so it is kind of moved away from that bucketing type terminology. But it is interesting that she did bring it up, though.
Yeah, and I've had people too when I say want to go to a card show, and they're like, "What, like baseball cards and football and hockey and some basketball, whatever's there? They still have those? Still do?" Where, and again, I think if you watch any news the last 6 months, I believe that even the outside looking in probably is like, "Oh shit, that Mike Trout card sold for 3.8
Yeah.
million. Wow, that's
Highlight highlight that last comment. I'm glad there's been some positivity that has come your way, LA Pats, because uh, to a certain degree, I can relate to that as well. My wife always knew it was a hobby. She never understood it. And, you know, trying to explain certain things and, getting the approval to send stuff off for grading, which was a big plus. Uh, Plus, it's the way I presented it because, I'm shooting for the moon. I'm hoping for the best, of course, as we always do. That, given the opportunity, it could position us to be out of debt. Uh, so, I mean, that's, and the fact that her biggest thing was if we spend X at a minimum, you can sell what, for spending this at a minimum, you break even. That's worth the risk.
Mhm.
And, I kind of told her, I was like, the chances of just breaking even in at least this initial go round, it's very unlikely. There's going to be a profit.
Mhm.
If there isn't, then I'm just going to give up and trying to look at cards and think I know what some of these grades are going to be. Uh, it's all an assumption. I don't have the technology that they use, or I'm not looking at it through a jeweler's loop. But nothing is glaring, so to speak, in some of these, uh, and even for a 9 on some of them. By the time I get them back, I think some of the prices will have appreciated a little bit more though too. So
Mhm.
no, I get it, and my wife has always said, why haven't you sold more? And it's like, well, A, I don't want to, and B, uh, with the current state of the market, you got to spend money to make money, and by that I mean, of course, leveraging the premium for graded cards. Yes, it sucks. The cost has increased, but I get it. We're not going to go down that rabbit hole again, but I get it, and I'm willing to pay that expense
Mhm.
for the opportunity and the possibility of you know 10 times, 20 times, because as I've alluded to, some of these cards I technically have nothing in them.
Mm.
When I opened some of these, when I pulled some of these, I was getting paid for helping the shop out, and I was using that money to purchase product. So yes, it cost me something, but it's not like it was coming out of my pocket. He paid me and I turn around and gave it right back to him type situation. And it's not like it was coming out of my normal paycheck type scenario. So from that perspective, I look at it as though I have nothing in them.
Mm. Well, and even if you did from that time period, $2 a pack for tops, $1.50 or whatever it would have been for hoops or Fleer, those type of low end products, it's like not like you're dumping 15,000 into like 2 boxes of NT or something, or 1 box. So,
Well, as I've always said, if I could, there's a few things I would have done differently. The amount of money spent on boxes and cases over a few different choice years, boy, I definitely would have done things differently. Done so many things differently. Hold on.
well, that's the same thing with me too. That I don't think I would have dropped 80 to $100 on several of my Northcutt cards. Realistically, I should have said, you know what, I might just buy some good players. But that's the mindset I was in. I player collector.
I don't count that though. That's
That's like where it's where you put your money, the boxes, the cases. That's instead of being like, hey, $120 for an SP authentic patch auto in late March of 2004. Is that a wise price? No. But they weren't coming up, and I was like, I really want to get one. So I still somewhere I still have it. The old top of the money order slip that I sent in, or sent the card or the payment off. As there was, I don't know if there's PayPal then, or if it was really in its infancy. But again, we've discussed that before about the regret in the hobby and looking back and the what ifs and whatnot. That's
shoulda, coulda, wouldas.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly.
No, I like that too. On the flip side of that, it's kind of funny. Vinny and I were talking. I think it was over the weekend, and he usually buys sleeves and top loaders by the case.
Mm-hmm.
I started to. I don't want to say recently because it's been a few years. He would get his from Card Show. I found a guy on eBay, that was fairly within normal cost if I were to go to the shop type situation, free shipping. If we all would have known what the market would have looked like, we all would have bought like 2 cases of each or 10 cases of each and paid that money and raked in a crap ton of cash just for selling supplies, just because you can't find them. And if you do, you pay through the roof. I mean, if some of you saw Dave's video. I went to the shop, and it took me a while to send it to Dave, but I went to the shop, and I was like, Dave, you need anything? He's like, yeah, I could use some top loaders. All right, no problem. I get there, and I look at the price. I'm going, Dave, I got you too. And that was 2 months ago. So I can only imagine if they've gone back up. But it's like, yeah, I used to buy top loaders for like $2 a pop. Sleeves for $1.
Yeah, every day.
Mags for $2.
I was to say, if you were a regular customer, you bought 10 of them, they'd throw 1 or 2 in for the soft sleeves just for buying them.
Yep. Now it's like gold. go in and trade a Mahomes rookie to get your stash of top loaders and penny sleeves is almost what it seems like these days.
Yeah, I've looked too for cases of top loads, but yeah, it's not even.
Look at that. Nope. Sorry, Vinny. We're going to have to bypass yours. Highlight mics. Nope. Go up one. There you go. Congratulations. Right time, right place, right time. Don't even try and give us credit for that, Vinny.
Yeah, I'm gonna look at some point too for a booklet, one-on-one for that Johnson, or book. Yeah, it's just like I don't even want to know what I'm gonna pay. Probably $20 for the thing.
Well, so, even years ago, Dave, I think I paid $7 or $8 for mine,
and
that was way before any of this. So you're probably not too far off. It's probably going to cost you $20-$25 for a stinking one-touch booklet holder.
But I'm probably going to get two because I don't recall if I've got one for the one of one. I know I've got the triple threads with Strasbourg. I know I've got the lengthy like top load one, but I don't have the magnetic. And I'd rather pay the $20, get that in there, and not ever have to worry about a jostling and all or whatnot. But yeah, I don't look forward to that at all.
I mean, next time I go to the shop, I mean, I can price them for you, Dave, if you want to avoid, adding additional shipping charges type situation. I may sit on it for a while.
Yeah.
But if I can find one that's reasonable, I'll reach out to you and you let me know and we can work something out. I just need to know what points you need.
I'll check. I don't know if it's going to be. I don't think it'll be 180.
So 130.
Let's say 130 or 135, whatever it is. But yeah, I don't think many of those booklet cards are of the at least under 100 point. I think everything's 100 and above. Just because of the thickness of. You can't make like a Donruss booklet without doubling up at least the regular stock of the card.
Yeah, it's if you think about it, Dave, and I don't want to like take over the podcast talking about a one-touch booklet holder for your one-on-one. But if you think about it, if you'll take a picture of the edge, it probably will give me an idea. And like I said, next time I go to the shop, which hopefully will be here in a couple weeks, I have Christmas and birthday money that my wife still needs to pull out of the secondary account. That looks like a 130, but that may be too tight.
Mm-hmm.
That could get interesting. And it's one of those in which I don't want to buy one of each because I don't have any other booklets. So it really wouldn't do me any good.
That's where I've got to get at some point too. I know they've got like a thickness like sleeve thing or a little bookmark where you can put the card against it and it shows like, hey, this is like 130, this is 80, 100, whatever point. So I'd have been smart out about that instead of the Pinnacle, the decoder ring lens or whatever.
That's still a cool thing, though. I don't. And it may be one of those in which you'll have to go with. Didn't BCW do one touches?
Yeah.
Because they have funkier
parameters.
Yeah, they have in-betweeners.
Yeah, exactly. It's
look at that. So, hey, Vinny has top loaders for booklets. The 250 point or whatever the hell they are. something stupid. 300 point or whatever it is.
Yeah, I know I'd seen that somewhere before where somebody had shown you can, if you just put the piece of paper they have, and it'll give you the parameters of what you need for a one touch.
So
Another
this has been interesting. We went from any other things from the future potential Mrs. X.
the
I'm just joking, Dave.
he had not popular with kids or anybody in this electronic age. Um, that they're pretty much worth the cost of the paper they were printed on. And
Yeah,
she,
we that's been definitely busted. That's been busted for years.
and that again, just something didn't know about. They just she thought it was just plain cards, just regular. Again, here's a 52 Mantle. Here's a 55 Clemente. It's just a regular card. There's no autograph. There's no gloss. There's no like the acetate, die cut, stamping, jersey, patch, auto, anything. I mean, not any of that stuff was absolutely not even thought of. So
I
she,
was going to ask the same thing, Vinny, but she hasn't been in the chat the last couple weeks. I think we ran her off. I'm beginning to think she doesn't like us anymore. But that's okay. We still love you, better half, if you happen to have us on in the TV and watching while you're doing whatever you're doing.
those were the ones for more of the new collector, and I've got that from people I've talked to at the store too. They're like, are they cards like from back in the day? I'm like, well, somewhat. I'm like, no, they have like autographs on them, and they're serial numbering, so you can get a card that's there's only one of. I'm like, really? And that'll tie into one of the ones for the season collector that I want to get to. And I'm like, there's jersey pieces in there and stuff. They got like different technologies to them. You got cool holograms. You got refractors. So if you put it in the light, it's like a rainbow. And like, wow, that sounds pretty cool. And I mean, I most of the time I know it's just sort of pandering to whatever I'm talking about, but they could see and hear my excitement. So it's just like, oh, that's awesome. That's great. That's what I was gonna say. She was probably doing the better half, since Vinny and I talked yesterday a little bit.
I guess it'd help if I went unmuted. I do that because sometimes it takes a while for your volume to regulate so I can hear you better. I had a feeling that's probably what she was doing. But, as long as she knows that we still love her. And not to change the subject off of wedding planning, since, it was brought up on Sunday and that, we have the chicken sandwich market cornered.
Mhm.
And I'm quoting Carlos. Pretty sure those were his exact words. Carlos, I know you're here, so correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm pretty sure I'm quoting exactly. I tried the Whataburger spicy chicken sandwich. Now, I'm a plain guy. I'm bland like Carlos when it comes to certain things. I did add a little Hidden Valley Ranch to it because I like ranch with my chicken. At least my fried, I should say my crispy chicken, I guess, not my fried chicken. I don't want ranch on my fried chicken. But I have to say, man, it's pretty damn good.
How crispy was it?
They don't advertise it as a
Okay,
crispy.
unlike McDonald's, who shit the bed with their recent iteration of the
Well,
crispy chicken sandwich.
now I will say, my wife. So we had McDonald's for dinner tonight, and she got the spicy crispy chicken sandwich.
Mm-hmm.
And I did try a little nibble of the chicken, away from whatever sauce they put on it.
Yep.
And it did have a little bit of a crunch. It's not, when you think of crunchy, I know you're like really thinking Popeyes. I mean, that is fried chicken batter. That's why it's so crispy. These others are, it's not the same because they're a chicken place, so they have fried chicken batter. These are other fast food joints that it's not the same texture. Uh, but I will say Whataburger isn't bad.
That Chick-fil-A one, if you put that up against, 'cause that's in a similar vein, the presentation of the McDonald's one. I saw the packaging and I'm like, ooh, Chick-fil-A. So you're using that little foil bag deal, that fold over bag. I'm like, okay,
But
get it up.
Chick-fil-A isn't crispy.
But it's crispier than the McDonald's one.
Maybe you just got one that was not done so well.
I'm gonna have to go back because I don't want it to be the end all be all, but at the same time, that first one, it was not. I was sorely disappointed. And then to have them, I don't know who was on there that said that some other guy had like a Popeyes versus Chick-fil-A. I'm like, motherfucker, I had that whenever it was, end of September. Like, bullshit. No, 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 no.
Well, there's times in which Carlos has come out and said Beckett has stolen his stuff. I've come out and said people have stolen stuff from us. Can't prove it, but it is one of those that it's interesting when we have these conversations and we talk about certain things that, lo and behold, later on, somebody with more influence than us just so happens to say the same thing. And it's like, wait a minute. We talked about this like 3 months ago or 4 months ago, 5 months ago. It doesn't matter. So sandwich was just a bun. It's always a possibility.
She's like, how was it? And I'm like, it was not good. The pickles were like the traditional McDonald's pickles, where I figured at least give me some of the, not just the sliced ones, give me the ridgy ones. I don't need the bread and butter. I hate those. Those are disgusting, but they're just the crispy pickles that Chick-fil-A has. When you bite into it, you can actually tell you're biting into a pickle, not just.
Yeah, you take a bite and then as you take away, it like the whole thing comes out in your mouth. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. So I was disappointed with that, and I mean, again, that's whatever. Whenever I go down to my brother's the next time, you know what? I'm gonna have a whole fucking line of chicken sandwiches from everywhere in the area. I'd be like, here we go, Chick-fil-A, McDonald's, Popeyes. I'm sure Burger King's got something in there. Wendy's, I'm sure they got something.
Wendy's has been advertising theirs. They have one that's called like a crispy chicken or a crispy jalapeno chicken sandwich, and they have a salad to go with it though too, or they have a salad that uses the same chicken or whatever. But everybody's got one, it seems. And Wendy's commercial, of course, is we didn't start the chicken wars, we just ended it. So that's pretty big words.
Yeah,
because I have to. Popeyes is good.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not going to take away from it. Popeyes is good. Mind you, I ate mine plain. Plus, I don't like the pickles that they use. But I ate mine plain. But it's thick. It's crispy. It's good. Not going to lie. But it's from a chicken place. So they use chicken batter, or the batter that they use to bread their fried chicken. So I would expect it to be almost like their chicken. The difference is, and somebody's going to have to correct me, Dave, I know you're not on camera, but I can still hear you, and I'm hoping you can still hear me. Their spicy one is just because of the mayo that they use or whatever. Frank's Red Hot, good stuff.
The powder. Woo!
So I have to ask, did you do Popeye's spicy one or did you do their regular one when you did your video?
I'd have to go back. I think spicy. I want to say spicy because I think
You
the
gotta
one,
know that Chick-fil-A was spicy. I remember that. I remember that specific call out. But Popeyes, they do it in their mayo. It's
Mhm.
spicy mayo.
Okay.
I don't think that they actually use the same batter or whatnot that they do for their spicy chicken. To me, it would be wise to
To switch.
recreate, like, to use that batter for their spicy chicken as they would on their chicken sandwich. That's just me. That's my opinion. Uh,
So I don't know what if Red Robin's got one there. I know they're mostly known for like burgers, stuff like that, but it's I want to and it sucked because I wouldn't eat the whole sandwich on doing my review. You couldn't. I'd be there for hours and I'd probably pass out from just gluttony. But I there's one place I follow on Instagram, and I don't know if Trista showed it to me or not. It's out in I think Boston, and I'll send you a link at some point or shoot you it over, and it's a burger and like just like chicken sandwiches. Those are the two things they do, and it's if I have to go to prison, I'm gonna die. And put me in, get me. That's my last meal.
but the
That would
question is, though, is it is it like a sit down joint, like a Chili's, or is it a fast food joint?
it's more of like I want to say like I don't a diner type because I don't think they've got like places everywhere. They may have like two locations, three locations over in that Boston area, and that's about it.
Because when I,
It's
you know,
pretty
the
good.
whole, because if you think about it, the whole chicken wars thing is it's a fast food place. It's a fast food thing. It's not a sit down restaurant. I would expect if I went to a sit down restaurant, and I'm not going to say Chili's or something like that, but if I'm going to a sit down restaurant and they advertise a chicken sandwich, then I would expect it to be pretty damn good at a restaurant that actually cooks their food. Doesn't cook it at 650 degrees or whatever in order to make it fast. Just throwing that out there.
I agree with that. At the same time, though, I'm of the sense, and I'm of the the notion that if you're gonna put out there that we're ending the chicken wars or whatever, I don't give a shit where I'm eating it. This thing better be top three of all time. I
Well, and
don't care.
I haven't had Wendy's yet. I'll admit
No,
I haven't had it yet, but that's their advertisement, man.
Mm-hmm.
So,
Yeah. Anytime you start throwing out fighting words, and these aren't fighting. Just we're in the middle of a fight. This is Buster Douglas knocking out Tyson. This is it. You start that. It's like I'm going in there, and if it tastes anything less than I expect, you are going to get crucified because that's not acceptable. This is you're
so
lying to your consumers.
yep. LA Pat's asking you a question.
It might be. They have a lot of cheese. I think bacon is a big old thing out there, but I know they've got cheese, and it's just a monster burger. Or a sandwich. And I want to say like chili cheese fries. That might be another thing they have too with all the delights on there. It's like God, this place. I don't even know if I'd want to wear clothes there. They just get saturated with cheese and grease, and just put me under a tarp.
So as always, somehow, shape, form, or fashion, we did get on chicken sandwiches. Oh wait, I know why, because I had to talk about my experience with the Whataburger spicy chicken sandwich. It's good. I'd eat it again if that says anything. It's one of those in which I kind of gauge things on whether or not I'd eat it again, and I definitely get it again. But I'm gonna circle way back in the early archives of what we were talking about earlier and circle back to reprints because I really want to talk about this. and I'm trying to figure out where to start because Doctor brought it up as, he posed the question, are you talking about reprints? Or are you talking about fakes? And there is a fine line in this topic, I feel.
Mm-hmm.
To me, reprints are manufactured and randomly inserted in packs. You look at Topps. Topps has done it a multitude of times in products. They do rookie reprints. You know, I know they've done some for basketball because you see the reprint of the Kobe Chrome.
Yep.
Which actually sells fairly well considering it being a reprint. But it is produced and manufactured by a licensed manufacturer, and it is inserted in packs.
Mm-hmm.
This crap that you're seeing on eBay these days, LeBron Topps rookies, you've got Kobe Chrome, you've got Kobe Topps, you've got SP Authentic for Brady, you've got Contenders. Those are some of the ones that I've seen as of late, but they're notated as reprints. I'm going to say it, and if there are children present, I'm going to fair warn you right now. Earmuffs. They're not reprints. They're fucking fake. And why anybody would spend a penny on those is beyond me. This is not Magic the Gathering and wanting to play with proxies. Proxies are a thing in the game of Magic. If you can't afford a Black Lotus, you make a proxy. It allows you to play. It's not illegal. It's fake. You know it's not legitimate. It's a proxy. But to list something as a reprint should be banned. Everything that says reprint, unless it's produced or manufactured by a card company, should be pulled off of eBay. And anybody who's purchased one should be slapped in the face. And I hate to say it. If there's anybody in here who has ever purchased one because they just want to have something that resembles a top tier card, I apologize. But you should be slapped in the face.
Yeah.
Why? $2, $3, $4, $10. I don't care. I don't care what they put them at. Yes, they list them as reprints, so they're not breaking any rules. Mm-hmm. By rule of thumb. They are being upfront. Here's my concern. How many people are buying those reprints to turn around and sell them as a legitimate card? Mm-hmm. Because to the naked eye, some of them, yes, you can tell they are reprints. Some of them may be a little bit more difficult. But with you, since you've got the BGS, fake slab stuff, you've got there's been stuff with PSA in the past. I could just see something happening to where they take a reprint, which will be in flawless condition, mind you, and find a way to put it in a fake slab, make bukus of bucks, and ride off into the sunset. That's a problem because people are going to do it. I'm not sitting here spitting anything that isn't a reality. I'm not trying to give anybody advice and say that, yes, this is what you need to go do, because if you do, then you need to be banned for all eternity. But people are going to find ways to take advantage of the current market.
Yeah.
End of conversation. And you have dishonest people that are going to do it. They're not going to be as honest as those people who are listing them and being upfront about them being reprints. It's not going to matter. You don't have to worry about them. You have to worry about the people who are buying them and what they're going to do with them.
Because again, with that, sort of harken back to the other, what we're doing, the scales of justice. the newbies, and again, inform yourself when you're coming into the hobby, but at the same time, when maybe you're just strolling through a card show, maybe some table in the far end sort of has these cards off to the side where most card shows dealers intermingle with each other, but a lot of those places are, it's like the old carnies. They're trying to get the marks in there. They're trying to get the people that don't exactly know what's going on, or they might be intrigued by something. They say, "Hey, that's a Mike Trout update rookie. I know Mike Trout's a big player. I like him. What's one of those worth?" Well, if you look at like, what they're going for on eBay, they're like for $1,000, but I got the price for 450. And they don't know because it's again being naive to the hobby, sort of being wrong place, wrong time. When you can't, you're just like, well, I'll look it up. No, well, again, this guy's telling me why you're still. I don't know. Well, I'll tell you what. I'll 400 final offer. I've got a couple of these, and they'll take it because they again, you go to a car place too, an automobile dealership. If they were there and it didn't have an engine in it, they look at the car, look how great it is. Well, streamlined package. Hey, we got this cool little fin in the back that's aerodynamics. Look at the the CB radio mount. Oh, everybody wants one of those. Look at the chrome tires. It's got like the shacks on there, the spinners. Don't even look at the dash. I mean, we got a Bose system in there, Rockford Fosgate, subs and woofers and tweeter in there. It's like, yeah, man, this is the 6-disc CD changer. Plus, it's got the Sirius for like 2 years. People are gonna get sucked in. You don't even know what the hell's under the hood. But it's sort of the market too, where people are just they see something and they it's not like, hey, logic, let's push that button. It's the meme where the superhero's like doesn't know what to push. It's like logic for one button and like buy the shiny thing for the other.
Well, and what's interesting, yeah, exactly, Carlos. I used to have Rockford subs in my car.
I had a good high school friend that I had the music. He went out for his car. He bought the subs and
He bought the system.
Yeah, so that's where I know my knowledge. Not like
The one thing that's interesting for me, at least in the modern market, and the reprints. Actually, I should call them just what they are, the fakes.
Yeah.
At least on the modern market front, a lot of that's a little bit easier to detect.
Mm-hmm.
Because, most of the stuff these days has foil.
Mm-hmm.
And unless you have a printer that allows you to actually, embed foil and all this other kind of stuff, the way that current cards are, most of that's going to be lacking in a fake. It's the older cards. I mean, look at people have known about the 86 Fleer fakes for years. Now, if you were to give me one, I probably couldn't tell you whether or not it was real or fake because I haven't held either one of them. I've seen a real one, but I've never held one or the other. So it's one of those in which I know there's like telltale signs. But to me, the older stuff would be easier to fake because you don't have the foil or the hollow foil or the rainbow foil or, the chromium technology and stuff along those lines.
Mm-hmm.
Doesn't mean that people aren't trying to figure it out. I mean, I always go back to Magic. There's the counterfeiters coming out of China for Magic cards are getting clever. You know, and I'm not talking old cards. I'm talking new cards.
Mm-hmm.
And if anybody knows anything about Magic, your rares and mythics have like a little hologram on it. And I don't wait. Let's see. I may be able to show one here briefly. No, that's a foil. That's an uncommon. I finally got all my current Magic stuff together. Damn it. I gotta have some. Okay, well, so here's a mythic. So you see that little emblem down there at the bottom?
Mm-hmm.
So all the rares and mythics have those. And typically, from a Magic perspective, your money's in your rare and your mythics or your foils. But they've even figured out how to fake that emblem. But the difference is that's almost like embedded in the card. These fakes, they're sitting on top of the card as like a little sticker. So it's unfortunate, but it's no different than counterfeit dollar bills. Is that a fake one?
And that was one I don't even remember where I got it. That's the thing. Because it's gloss on both sides. And I know they did the one in 96, 97 clear, but it had the foil on it.
Yeah, there was a
tradition of excellence or decade. Of excellence.
Decade of answer. Yep.
But I mean
that's too glossy.
Yeah. So, and even on the back, you feel that it's glossy. So, and I don't even remember where I got it. That's the thing. I when I look through the box, I'm like, oh.
Sorry, Dave. I don't mean to cut you off. Highlight that last comment. Are you earmuffs, kids? Earmuffs. I'm going to give it a little bit of delay. These are certain situations in which it justifies the use of a profanity. Kids, you got your earmuffs on? Good. Are you fucking serious? Please tell me, please tell me that as those are happening, people are flagging them and they're being taken down. Because that is a load of SHIT. I don't know why I just spelled it there because I didn't say earmuffs, maybe. But wow. Wow. Which I get and I understand that, the grading companies are trying to add additional security features to the labels and stuff along those lines. So, I just, and that's the crap right there. And this is stuff that Carlos has alluded to, that, the whole aspect of getting your stuff graded, there's that sense of security. Mm-hmm. The minute that security is reduced or voided or neglected in any way, this hobby will tank. Mm-hmm. Some of the stuff I can understand that is easily identifiable. There are certain things, and for you, Bobby, you being a vintage hockey guy, I'm sure you could spot them a mile away. Mm-hmm. For those who were in the realm of the 80s, 90s basketball, could spot a Jordan fake probably from a mile away. Mm-hmm. But for those individuals that are not educated, you can be duped. It's no different with Magic the Gathering. Alpha Investments. I don't know if I ever mentioned him on the show. I know it came up, I believe, on Carlos's show one night. Uh, One of the big guys in the Magic community. Uh, he invests in Magic, sealed product, and Alpha Beta Unlimited. That's his shtick. Uh, but for those individuals who have been in it forever, can spot fakes by certain things, by certain characteristics. Even the smell, for instance, can give some of the fakes away. But years of experience allow your ability to spot some of these things. And it just, that is very concerning. The fact that if that is in fact going on, labels from broken out cases, you've got slabs, empty slabs being sold, how to seal them. You you want to see this market do a tank in a nosedive real quick? Start having an influx of fake crap, like substantial influx of fake crap hitting eBay and everything else. I would feel bad for anybody that, especially, you know, I'm going to pick on Golden, for instance. Golden, he amps his stuff up. Hopefully, he has hobby uh, longevity with the people that he's bringing in that can help identify some of these things, because we've seen it with PWCC, we've seen it with Probstein. Uh, I'm sure there's been others that have been called out for certain things. I'm not going to go into detail, whether it be selling a fake card, reslabbed, uh, fake slab, whatever. Could you imagine what that would do to his brand and his reputation because of his reach? But people are going to get to the point to where it's going to be more and more difficult. And if people are selling this stuff like on the regular, people are going to figure it out. And it's going to be up to the grading companies to step it up and figure out ways to increase their security in their slabs.
Yeah, I don't know exactly if it was just because of the shop at home nonsense, but look how long it's taken, and I'll say it, for Kenny Golden to be relevant again.
Yep.
During the mid 90s to probably 2001-ish, Classic or Scoreboard, he had that going. Had a lot of interesting things done there. I will give him credit there, where he again inserted the actual old cards into that one of those Scoreboard products. I think it was the All Sport PPF Plus or something like that, where you had that chance to get that Joe Namath rookie card. That was one of the big selling points. But he's had a lot of just questionable calls over the years. Then with all the literally the first pumper and dumper, McGuire, Sosa, Bonds. You're selling, I don't even remember the brands, but I don't think it was like the PSA and BGS. I think it was like GMA, the WGA, the World Grading Association, or whatever it was. I don't even know if he started those ones. And you'd get a 10 rookie. You got that 10 in the blue chip special. You got this in like whatever 50 home run. You were getting, at the time, yes, they were hot. It's the same
Limited.
What?
The whole marketing of limited.
Yes,
Yep.
it it's the same thing coming back around. And that's where again, I haven't heard anybody say this. I mean, and again, I don't watch. I'm gonna say it. I don't watch a lot of content other than people in here, and then the people we've known. Steve and I have known for 10, 11 years. The last year I've really gotten out of where I'm watching like 5 people. It's a lot more now, but I'm not watching golden stuff. I'm not the Sasha T. I couldn't. You showed me 5 people, I wouldn't even know who he is. All these other folks that are hobby relevant now because of influencing numbers or just numbers overall because of the money they're spending. I don't know. I will be the first to admit that because, like I mentioned on Sunday in Carlos's stream, when I get home, I really don't want to sit there and constantly watch more hobby stuff. I've already got the brain packed with hobby stuff. If I watch, again, folks I know, folks I respect, folks I want to hear from, that's fine, but I'm not going to go out and search certain topics because of any other reason. I just don't want to. There's all kinds of other stuff I'd rather watch. I haven't heard anything about, well, hey, didn't this guy do this before?
People, so Carlos, keep me honest. I know you've watched some of his IG stuff live from time to time. I've watched it a few times because interested on, it was more about the announcements and all this other kind of stuff. So it was more hobby relevant.
Yeah, understandable.
And I wanted to be able to speak to it in the event that, it came up in conversation and stuff along those lines. There are people that go into the chat and, pose questions like that. And if, and he's like, hey, we're not going to talk about that. So I don't know if he's doing it just to avoid rehashing it, or maybe he's learned from his mistakes. I don't know. I don't want to think bad about the guy. I know about the history. I get it. And I'm not taking that away. But I'm also not completely sold on him either. He's a marketing genius. I will give him that. And he is getting top dollar through his brand. So it's he's moved on from that. You hope that he's learned from that. But at the same time, for those of us who have been around a long time, that still somewhat kind of is in the back of your mind. However, would I be willing to take an opportunity and a chance to get top dollar for something by using his services? You're damn right I would. Because he's getting the top dollar. It's not PWCC. It's not Heritage Auctions. It's him.
He's casting the furthest net for the biggest dollars.
Mm-hmm.
Because people still, there's always that, it's not even a myth, it's just, there's that chance you might not get what you're actually bidding on. That's one of the big things that was brought up too with, I think, Sunday, was you're going to get top dollar, but you all, or I might have been on Jeremy's, one of Jeremy's shows on Saturday. You know what you're getting. There is no worrying about somebody not sending the right thing, and you're going to be on a list. If you're going for that Kobe Tops 10 rookie, you are going to have to be vetted, basically, to be allowed to bid on this stuff, because this isn't just eBay where, hey, you got an email, join us. no, you're going to have to go through whatever financial hoops it is, or there are to go through to be allowed to bid on this stuff. I get that, but that's something that, and it's not to the point of Dante Stallworth killing the guy in Miami being a drunk driver. And you go out on your community service is going to schools and talking about this. Don't drink and drive. I'm stupid. Your restitution basically to society. I get they're not one and the same. At the same time, at some point, if you neglect and try to make history disappear, the people that remember it and that were there or around for it, those voices get louder. That mob starts growing like, hey man, I know you're not in cards anymore. Remember when you spent $5,000 on whatever blue chip specials and all you got was shit? The fucker that was pimping them over the loudspeaker while Don West basically blew a load every 5 minutes, that fucker's making a shit ton of money now with this auction service. Basically doing the same thing on a much bigger as a whole, not just the one platform, as a whole. And I'm sure you'd start getting the masses, if this is what happened, riled up. I mean, at some point, you think you'd come out just as a PR move. I know at the same time you wouldn't, just to not care about people. Just be like, I'm going to ride that train until we go off the tracks. I think it'd behoove him to do that.
And not saying that he wouldn't. I, of course, can't speak for him, but there is a difference between then and now, though, because he's not promoting his own stuff. He's not. He's promoting his brand and selling other people's stuff for a percentage. So there is a difference. However, for those of us who have been around and know some of the history, I get where you're going, because there is a negative taste in some people's mouths, but you would hope that, you learn from said mistakes and move on and move forward. That doesn't mean that people forget. People can forgive. But like I said, it's one of those in which, if he does expand the platform and allows for, mid, lower tier stuff, still graded,
Mm-hmm.
knowing that I don't have to deal with all the crap.
Mm-hmm.
And it's not him that you're putting your trust in. You're putting the trust in the company and hope that the people he has working for him are trustworthy.
Yeah.
Because, those are the people who are handling the stuff and all that kind of crap. And then, putting stuff in the vault and keeping it safe. And, $50, $100, $200 cards are not going to go in the vault.
Mm-hmm.
So it's one of those in which it's like, you're putting the trust in the company at that point. But for the bigger stuff, I'd take the risk.
Well, yeah, you're pretty much washing your hands of any, I won't say responsibility, but it's basically responsibility. You're saying, you sell this for me.
Yep.
Get what you can. Obviously, you have the big money collectors more so than a Robert Edwards. Again, these other ones sort of cater to different segments of our hobby. More than Heritage. You guys are A, in the news. B, you guys are basically Panini Prism, while everybody else is like the Topps traditional rookie or a Topps Chrome Rookie. You guys are the Panini Prism or the Optic Silver or whatever it is that right here and right now is what everybody desires. So I will go with you. May I have some questions about personal doings years past? Don West swimming in cards because he knocked him over because he can't put him up on a display. 100%. Do I know you're going to get the most money for my card because you've got a spotlight, everybody else has the flashlight? Yes. What do I want with these cards? The most money. Why? I like them, but you know what? If I can do things as you've mentioned, as I've said before, if you can do things to either better your collection or your financial situation, you will do it. If that is not selling your key cards, if you had to sell your Terrell Davis collection, something cataclysmic has happened. If I sell my 1 or 2 cards that I've got, something cataclysmic has happened. So you're going to take advantage, per se, of the market and of who is generating the most popularity in the market. If you're reading, do you want a 100-watt bulb or do you want a 10-watt bulb? I want the 100 watts so I can pick up the fine print. I don't need to strain my eyes any more than I have to. So again, it's completely understandable if that were the route you went after the grades popped, and if they were very much to your liking and everybody in the room's liking, that would behoove you to go down that route and at least dip your toes in the water to see what all that would entail. Fee-wise, I mean, what cut they get, whatever it is.
Well, because it's the 20% buyer's premium. So that 20% is my guess is what goes into Golden's company's pocket. So that would be my guess. But it's one of those in which it still would fall under. I'm still interested to see some of the other stuff that he shows because of the different level of auctions and stuff along those lines. I haven't gone and looked at the website to see on any other relatable type cards that I would be sending in for grading to see if it wouldn't be a possibility. But it'd be interesting to see. But I would like to go on record. So Bobby, I noticed a comment a little higher up there, Dave.
Hopefully not this.
Nope, that one. Would you go on record and actually state that on a live broadcast that this show? No, I'm just kidding. Actually, no. I expect on Carlos's next show that we get the biggest plug ever out of Bobby Burrell. That's my request. Can I request that, Carlos? Is that allowed? It is your show. I guess I should have asked you first.
I think I almost had him speechless Sunday.
I watched a lot of that show on Sunday. It was good. I enjoyed the topics, the conversations that were being bounced off. My favorite part, I'm going to say it. Carlos's question, yes or no? Yes. Boom, gone. That was greatness.
He had reached the limit, and then he had went well past said
yes.
limit.
Yes.
But I do enjoy once in a while bringing the speechlessness to the table.
Well, it adds an additional layer of intrigue and things along those lines. See, LA Pats agrees. So, thank you. You've been here the last few episodes, so I just want to go and say we definitely appreciate it. Anybody want to add anything else to the reprints top or slash fake conversation? I don't want to put that to bed if anybody else has anything interesting else they would like to add, because there were some interesting things that came up in the chat that just blow my mind and really raise a lot of concerns.
For
Because
me, I wish they would have done, and again, for most people, again, you at least with the mantle, the maze, the Clemente, and the Aaron stuff, they put like the special gold foil on there. The stamping of like the whatever the mantle set, the maze set, because I think that mantle was sort of a rectangular gold embossing on
you're
the
talking about
back.
the reprints?
Yes, like the 96 out of the 96 tops.
Yeah, those were easily identifiable.
Well, no, that's what I mean. When you start, because I know they've got like the cards your mom threw out.
My mom didn't throw out any mine.
I don't know, but I'm just saying there was that insert set in tops, and I don't even know what year 13, 14, 15. They just put like basically the front of the card of the original card, no connotation. So if somebody just scan the one side,
oh yeah,
it was a completely different. I mean, different font from everything. It was a specific set font. If you don't put that something on like the front, just put on the border of the card, or
yeah,
it was a rookie reprint, like the greatest whatever rookies. Of course, you could do like a mantle of Clemente, but if you had the Ichiro, yeah, on the back in super fine print, you can see it's a reprint. Everything else is the same. That's where I'd wish, instead of taking your magnifying glass, your jeweler's loop, you put on there somewhere on the front reprint, or like the tops year. It's like tops 2017.
Well, and I don't remember what year it is, but I know what you're talking about, because they did it for football too. And because I have an 01 tops reprint of Breeze.
And howdy, Mason. How are you doing?
Oh, hey, how's it going, Mason? And at a time, they were actually selling for decent money, and they were being listed as the name of the insert set or whatever. It's not like anybody was trying to pass it off as a Breeze rookie. Mm-hmm. I think there was a few people who thought it was a Breeze rookie and, upped the price big time because they didn't know what the heck they were doing or didn't bother to read, which, sometimes happens. But there's nothing on the front. If you look at it, it looks exactly like the stinking card.
Mm-hmm.
And if you flip it over, guess what? The only thing that is different, I think, is the number. Because they list it in numerical order of said insert set or whatever. So that's the only differentiating factor, if I'm not mistaken. But the back looks exactly like the back of a 2001 Topps card.
So I mean, that's, if you really want to nip that in the bud, guess what? You have to come up with some sort of generic emblem or something.
Tagging of some kind.
It'd be nice. It'd be nice to do that and just completely alleviate any chicanery and shenanigans that are going to be thrown. Because again, we've got enough of them in the hobby. They're ever present. They always seem to rear their ugly, no matter what part of the market you are in. It's just always fun. It never ceases to amaze me how many. I like the carnies will always try to get the dollar.
Yep.
That's what they want to do. They want to get you into the tent.
Well, and like I alluded to, if somebody's willing to go into a bidding war thinking that although it says reprint or insert or whatever along those lines. If people aren't bothering to read and they're going to overpay for something, that's on them.
Mm-hmm.
As long as you do your due diligence as a seller and you list it for what it is, then you're protected. The difference is in that situation, knowing that is a legitimate insert set or a legitimate reprint through the manufacturer, no harm, no foul. Whether it looks like the original or not, no harm, no foul, as long as you're doing what you're supposed to and listing it correctly. It's like we were talking about earlier. It's those that are legitimately and legally listing them as reprints, but yet in all reality, they're not reprints. They're fakes. It can't be a reprint. It can be, you can call it a facsimile if you want to go that route.
A handmade original to a degree.
I mean, you could call it a facsimile. That's more realistic than a reprint. Because to me, reprint is fake. If you say facsimile, it's a fake. Yeah. You're giving it a better name. It's more pleasing, I guess, than coming out and saying it's fake.
Yeah.
It's no different than cards with the facsimile autographs. But that there have been people who have probably come into the hobby and some of those sets that have the facsimile autographs on the cards, thinking that it's an autograph card. And, I paid $5 for a freaking Nolan Ryan autograph. And then when they get it and they're like, well, this is fake. And then they go round and round with it's just like, no, dude, that's the way the card is manufactured.
Yeah. No, it's just you. And I always added, if it's too good to be true, it
usually it is.
So, yeah.
Yep. Even wrappers and rack pads? Seriously, Bobby? To me, thanks, Mason. This shirt was actually a gift from a fellow YouTuber years ago by the name of, yes, I'm going to say it, Dave, PuffBear359. Also with the name of Dave. But yeah, this shirt's like 10 years old almost.
You still fit into it. That's the thing. If I got a shirt that's 10 years old, it's like the Blue Meanie shirt. So.
I haven't put on too much weight. That's interesting, though, from a wrapper perspective, especially if it's like from the wax pack era. To me, that would be very difficult to recreate. I mean, I guess you could throw it on a scanner and then crumble it up a little bit, but how are you going to get the texture?
Yeah.
But if they're listening it as a, from a nostalgia perspective of, this was made from an actual 62 OPC hockey wrapper, then okay, great. But who wants that? I'd rather have a dilapidated wrapper if that was my shtick. And I can understand why Bobby looks at that stuff, because he being the historian. And at some point, Dave, I'm just going to pose the question. Bobby, I do have a serious question, though, for you. If we ever find an avenue in which we feel you could add some benefit to the topic, would you be willing to come on as one of the guests for the first part of the episode? Thank you, Mason. I still got a long way to go. 99 is up next. I haven't even staged that one yet. Because 99, 2000, 2001 will be their own independent vids. And then I'm probably going to start lumping like 02, 03, 04 into one, 05, 06, 07, that type of stuff. Nope, good deal, Bobby. Thank you. We don't talk about hockey much, as you know, but you do have, you're still on top of a lot of things in the hobby, and you being a historian, especially for vintage stuff, even if it doesn't carry over into baseball, football, basketball type thing, you still have value to add to a conversation. So keep that in your back pocket, Dave. If for any reason something comes up, because I would really like to have Bobby come on. Uh, I've been thinking about that for a while because he could definitely add some conversation points depending on the topic,
Mm-hmm.
just because of his area of expertise in the vintage space. So,
And I think the last one I want to go with, because I know a lot of people, and I've seen it before, and it doesn't even depend on the player, is that serial numbered cards, the lower it is, the more scarce they are, that means they're more valuable. As an overall, no.
Yeah, I was going to say as an umbrella.
No, that wouldn't be that.
Agreed.
You have the flawless TD Elway. That's going to be pricey. That's not going to be a $20 card. If you have, and again, even at the time the player is playing, like a Bobby Wade, Kyle Bowler, somebody of that ilk, Dennis Northcutt, when they're playing, it might be a little more. But as you go on, and it's not the, I won't say memorable player because that's always subjective. And I don't want to say the GOATs because there's always that tier and tier below this, the second tier that you remember.
And you can't say Hall of Very Good either.
No, but I mean, at times those can be cheap too.
And that is accurate, but I get where you're going as far as the
Just because it's a 101 doesn't mean it's going to be the biggest card. Case in point. And again, I don't know what Gretzky has out there for like 101s. I will say that right now. I'm sure there's a bunch, but there's not going to be the number like that Kobe would have. That, and I'll come into more of the last 10 years. Mahomes, Dak, Zeke, Trout, Pujols, even Griffey, because he's everything.
yeah.
All these guys, all the names you know, a Griffey 101 plate, 2013 Topps update, whatever it is. He's got that. Is that going to go for more than? I'm sure he's got one of those finest, like the Man refractor. You put those 1 versus 1, and that's to 75. That Man refractor, I'll bet a good chunk of my collection will go for more than the 101.
Yeah. Oh,
I
yeah.
get the 101, but even if you say, okay, there's 4 plates, okay, 1 of 4.
Mm-hmm.
You're not helping the argument. I know it's all subjective, but when you say to somebody, hey, that's a 101, then their ears perk up. Even if it's like the platinum parallel and Topps, the football had it, baseball has it. If you say that, it's like, okay, well, here's whatever. Middle reliever Joe. Okay. Well, here's middle reliever Joe. He's got a PMG. What's probably going to go for more?
PMG.
And that's going to be to 50 or 100, depending on
What
whatever.
year?
Yeah. So again, a blanket statement like that is a absolute myth when somebody says, well, it's the one, it's going to be the most valuable. No.
So I have to ask Dave, how many times have you actually had a seller come back with that? It's a 101. It's the only one in existence. It's going to be the most expensive.
More than I should, especially when I'm dealing with a lot
Josh
of
Johnson.
low tier players.
Okay.
There's been Gino Gaduli. I tried to get the white border '05 refractor. I said, and I know the guy used to be a huge Brunel collector. I think he still does. I mean, he was on the boards way back in the day. And he had it up there for like $90. I think I offered like 40, and I'm like, I'll pay maybe 50 for it. And he came back at like 80.
And
He's
you
like,
responded, "Are you smoking crack?"
and he's like, it's a 101. He knew who I was because my eBay name, the Josh Johnson, I think, super fan. Obviously, there's not going to be too many of them out there. And he came back, well, I know you collect them, which again, that's never a good thing, because when eBay sellers know that, they sort of got you by the short hairs, especially the ones that don't want to work with you at all. And I said, I know it is. I know it's a 101. I get that. You've known of me for many years. We've known of each other. We've been on Sports Card Sheriff, Sports Card Forum, Blowout, back at message boards, and I think Freedom Cardboard, he was on there a little bit. We've seen each other. We've come across each other. We're not close friends or any of that, and we don't claim to be. I'm like, I collect these guys. You know what's going right in the collection. You know if I'm offering you $40, that's probably 30 more than you get anywhere else. And maybe 25 from the family.
But you're not entitled.
I'm aware of it. I never.
I'm just throwing it out there, Dave. You knew I was you. You should have known that was coming.
I knew. When I started this, I'm like, the entitlement talk will be, I'll get the ruler in the back of the head or on the knuckles. And so again, I was like, I get it. I get it's a 101. I get it's probably one of his better rookies. He had a Bowman's best. He had the finest. He had some press pass stuff. He wasn't in everything because, again, an undrafted free agent quarterback from University of Cincinnati, people aren't looking too highly upon him. And I said to him after, he's like, oh, all this other stuff. I'm like, countered with 50. I said, that's probably as high as I want to go. I know you've had this on here for years. This isn't shocking. I mean, if you just want to have this as your museum, that's fine. If you actually want to sell some of your stuff and get money to buy something you want, let me know when you want to make that decision, because I'm not going to come up to that level for a guy that played. He was in the AFL, and I think he was in the Arena League 2. So I mean, he wasn't even good enough to make it in the original Arena League. He was playing in Green Bay for, I think, the Green Bay Blizzard for a time. And you just sit there and you wonder, at what point do people want to sell those cards? They don't. And that's, again, it's a tough pill to swallow, but
it's that personal attachment, which we've talked about before, though, too. In those situations, there's some sort of personal attachment to said card for whatever reason, in which that an individual feels it's worth X, when the buyer thinks it's worth Y. And in certain situations, depending on those situations, in your case, you being probably one of the small handful of people who would have any interest whatsoever, you would have a tendency to bid or offer stronger than maybe some of the others,
Mhm.
if those even exist. I hate to say that, but there's usually a collector, multiple collectors of everybody, whether it be a college affiliation, football, or NFL based, doesn't matter. There's usually more than one. Um, but at the same time, if there's that personal attachment, it doesn't matter. For whatever reason, this is what they feel it's worth. And those are the situations in which you want to sit there and throw out, well, it's only worth what somebody's willing to pay for it.
Mhm.
And if you're set on X price, then enjoy it sitting on eBay again for the next 5 years.
Mhm.
You know, I'm not trying to say that, we know you're not entitled. That's not what I'm getting at. That's not what you were getting at. Obviously, he knows who you are. And that could be what he was taking into consideration.
Mhm.
Well, this guy, because I know who he is, I know he collects them, he's going to feel like he deserves to get the best deal possible. Well, guess what? If this is what you're asking for, you're not gonna get it.
No.
Try taking that to a card show and get $75 for it or whatever, $80, whatever. People are gonna
Yeah.
laugh in your face,
Mhm.
even if it is a one-on-one. They ain't gonna give a crap. It's a nobody.
I'm like, who?
So it's so Mike is asking if you ever got it. So that,
Nope.
like I said, to me, I think that's a personal attachment in the fact that knowing that he knows who you are, and that because you're probably the only one who's going to go after it, he feels like he can, rape you.
Mhm.
And that's those are the advantages that us as collectors can have, is if we have a ceiling of what we're willing to pay for something, because we know what we're comfortable with, although it may be high to somebody else. As I always say, opinions are like assholes. Everybody has one,
Mhm.
so that becomes irrelevant. Personally, I think you're crazy for even offering that much, but that's me, and I can pick on you because we do that anyways.
Mhm.
Uh, he's trying to take advantage of a situation, or
Oh,
it's the whole personal attachment.
mhm.
To me, I want to lean towards the personal attachment, but at the same time, if he had the nerve to sit there and throw out, he knows who you are and everything else, it's like, no, he's trying to take advantage of a situation, even though probably knowing that that's the best offer he's received in X number of years since he's had the car listed.
Well, yeah. I know it's because he knows who I am, and plus he thinks I know he doesn't have a personal attachment. He has all his stuff high.
Hmm.
I think his name is Jada Rock or Jade Rock, Jaedrock, and he's been around.
Oh,
He's
I
been
hate
around
I
forever.
hate that guy.
So it's it's somebody who just thinks their stuff is on top of the mountain, while you guys are everybody else is sort of middling in the jungle below. So
I think I've only won one card from him, and that's because he actually had it listed on auction,
mm,
which he very rarely does.
mhm.
And I don't know if you saw the comment from Ty earlier about serial numbered cards. All I because
Like,
I Yes. If Dave said that, I'm surprised he went that low.
It always depends on the price point, but if you can get, and again, I'd say anything.
I'd go 50 or lower, at least in ultra modern stuff. In your 90s tier to your mid 2000s,
100 would be the
100 is what you're looking at. That's the sweet spot because there's a ton of them. And a lot of people don't realize, and it's kind of interesting that, I'm mentioning that because Vinny and I were talking the other day about Upper Deck and the exclusives.
mm-hmm.
Well, they technically have exclusives across the board in all sports
Mm-hmm.
that Upper Deck produced. But it's one of those in which it's a staple with that product. Going back to the 90s, they didn't call them exclusives. Back in the 90s, I don't think. A few of them may have had that connotation, but uh, that's been an Upper Deck staple in a lot of their products. Parallel number to 100. So in that situation, it's why wouldn't you go after something like that?
Mm-hmm.
For that era, serial number to 100 is like pulling something that's numbered to 25 these days. But even for ultra modern, I could understand why you could have said 25 because it does make sense if it's reasonable,
Mm-hmm.
and depending on the player, of course.
Yeah.
But it's not just base cards or rookies. It should be all inclusive, inserts or parallels. But I think even serial number to 50 for a lot of the newer stuff would be something worth looking at.
In the 50 ones, I'd start, it wouldn't be weeding out a lot of players. But like I said, if it's like a Steve Cishek or Cishek for a relief pitcher for like the Marlins and Cubs last few years, if it's something of his, I'm not really, unless it's like 50 cents or $1. If I look through the dollar box and it's some like a Bowman Chrome gold to 50, okay, I'll pick that up for 50 cents. If it's somebody has it for $5 because it's low numbered, no. You talk a pool, something like that, that's like $10, 15, and think, okay, I know at least I can double my money probably right now. I'll hold it.
Yep.
And again, you're not going to find a Trout. You're not going to find a Soto, Acuna, the normal names that get pimped around. But if you can find Verlander stuff, even under 100 for Verlander, some of the bigger star names, I'd go under 100 or 100 and under because I always think back like I should have been doing this 20 years ago. Just okay, the Brodeur, wow, whoever would have been probably $20-$30 for something that's like 80 to 150 now. And you don't know what the future holds, but if you do get kids in the cards, you do get kids in tangible cards. They come back to it because again, you're gonna have kids that are like, shit, we couldn't afford anything because when we went to Target, it was a bare shelf.
Sorry, that's funny, Ed. Obviously, somebody's trying to talk like they know their stuff, and come to find out they're full of shit. I just rarity, I think, is going to make a difference moving forward. It's some of these base non-serial numbered rookies and or rookie parallels. It's one of those in which I don't want to say it doesn't have sustainability, but at some point, I think, and I always lean back to the, there will be some, leveling out on a lot of these
Mm-hmm.
because, and Carlos always loves utilizing these terms. It's supply and demand.
Mm-hmm.
When the supply outweighs the demand, prices are going to tank. When you have 8,000 PSA 10s, I don't care how good somebody is are there going to be 8,000 people going to want said card?
Yeah.
It's possible, but unless you've got a group of people buying some of these, the price is not going to stay. It's not going to be sustainable. It's going to eventually drop. It's going to have to.
Mm-hmm.
When you talk about the Jordan rookie and things along those lines, and yes, whatever, a PSA 10, 118, somewhere in that realm, and I'm sure that there's a ton more that have gone into PSA as of late because of the prices. We saw a leveling out after the $750,000 sale or whatever it was. They're 675, kind of in that realm.
700 somewhere in there.
So they've kind of leveled out, and it's not for that card. I could see more demand. I could see more than 118 people, and that's the number that sticks in my head at some point. I could see more than that many people wanting that card. Yeah. I get that. But, the Luka Doncic Prism Silver type situation, 8,000 copies or whatever the hell it is these days, a PSA 10. I'm sorry. He's a great player. He's a Maverick. I'd love to have one. I'm not going to say I wouldn't. But there's not 8,000 people who want one.
No.
And for all means, if anybody out there can prove me otherwise, then please do so. But you better have a damn good convincing argument, because I would have a hard time believing that there's that many people who want one, unless it's like an investment group hoarding these in hopes that they're going to go up in substantial value. That's the differentiation in a lot of stuff that we're dealing with, which is why we're seeing some of these prices pumped up. And we've had this conversation before. It's equity firms and everything else because there's money to be had. This is another form of the stock market. And the difference is it ain't regulated. So there's a lot of things that can be done, including manipulation. 16th. Is that the – okay. That's the base. What about the prisms? What about the silver? I'm just curious too. Yeah, LA Pats, the whole prism or the gold out of the prism select mosaic type stuff, optic. Why wouldn't you? If you can afford it, because it's numbered to 10, and they're beautiful cards.
There was one I think I picked up at that show. When was it? October? I think it was a Denarius Moore. Out of like 14 prism, I think. And again, receiver for the Raiders for a cup of coffee, a couple of years. I think you won like $3 for it. Okay? Every day of the week, I don't care who it is. For something that's 10 for $3, I don't care who it is, because at some point, if it's not a player collector, a team collector would love to have an example in their collection.
Yep.
So, yeah, anything to 10, it's a no-doubter.
Well, see, and that's the thing. Dave always uses the terminology, zig when others zag, or zag when others zig. And, after I lost the 2 auctions the other night and talking to Vinny, I'm not going to lie, I was pissed. I'm like, there's no reason why these should sell for what they are. Retro PMG numbered to 50. Number to 50. Sold, I think, for $24. I wasn't going to pay that. $20? Yeah, all day long. Because to me, that's what that card is worth. It's magenta. It's pink. It's not like it's like the original.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so I was off in my counts, but you guys know what I'm alluding to. And so maybe a Prism Silver PSA 10, maybe there is 2,000 people out there that want one, but I find it hard to believe from a collector perspective that that's the case. Then again, I don't know 2,000 collectors. Some of the stuff amazes me, and I can't prove it. I've never claimed to be able to prove it, but I've always had the sneaking suspicion that there is a lot of manipulation going on in some of this stuff. I'm not talking about golden auctions. I'm not talking about PWCC auctions. I guess there could be a possibility there. Or heritage auctions, these big auction houses. But for other things, especially from an eBay perspective, it's not regulated. So there's manipulation all day long.
Here's a question from Mason. How do you guys dictate which cards to buy? I know lower numbered first, but how do you choose?
I'll let Dave answer that question because I focus on one thing and one thing only.
So do
that's no
cards.
Player. Listen here, smartass. Yeah, you heard me. Smart ass. I haven't zagged just yet. So I'm about to start zagging because I'm getting extremely frustrated in the TD market right now.
It depends, because I'm pretty certain he's a Torii Hunter fan. Torii Hunter collector. Because I've got some of his stuff too, believe it or not. I had a pretty nice collection until I traded a chunk off. And then I gave, I think, Micah a few. And I still have a few for Micah, but price is always going to be first. That's, again, if it's something you can afford without breaking the bank, try to maneuver your way into that market. I'm not saying buying pristine black label 10s or whatever. For a Torii, I did pretty much only stuff with the twins because that's, again, where I was a fan of him. If we're talking just like a parallel of something and you're like, I got to choose between, what is it? There's like a Topps Mini from like 2013 or 2014, I think. That's like a silver slate to 10, or the Prism Gold to 10, or maybe a Select Gold to 10, or a Finest Mosaic to 10. Price would be first, and then second, it's always what I find is most visually appealing. Even if that's not what maybe the popular consensus is. You have to look at it through your eyes. When you start looking at your collection through other people's eyes, you are going to run into a lot of trouble. Stay true to yourself. But if you put two cards to get, it's like Finest Mosaic, Prism Gold. Man, that gold, that's what everybody out there saying get. But that Mosaic, that thing is insanely nice. And if they're the same price, if they're both whatever $20, and you like the Mosaic more, and you got $20, go with the Mosaic. Go with what your eyes, your mind, and your heart tell you. Don't go with the influencers and what they tell you,
Yep.
because a lot of the time they're not leading you down the path that you would normally go down. Take that part of the equation, or that part of the problem out of the equation, and then go with what you think.
If you're doing it for the love of the hobby and the collecting aspect, regardless of value or future value, Dave's got it right. It honestly, at the end of the day, it's whatever you find best fits your collection. Uh, whether it be base card, parallel, numbered, variation, it doesn't really matter. But if you're doing it for the as a way to build your collection for you, and that's the enjoyment, it doesn't matter. Even if it's low numbered, that's irrelevant. Now, if you're doing it for a long term investment, which I hate to say this, let's be real, some of us are,
Mm.
because for those of us who have kids, we want to pass it down to our kids in hopes that, they do get some sort of money, something tangible. So for us, yes, we're doing it for the love of the hobby right now, but long term, it goes to our kids, and then once we're 6 feet underground, it doesn't matter. If you have that also in the back of your mind, like Dave said, don't leverage the opinion of influencers. If you want people's opinions, genuine opinions of what could potentially hold value, then that's a whole different topic of conversation.
Mm.
So uh, that's when the whole low numbered thing comes into play that should actually kind of take precedent over other aspects. That would be the only time that should go above anything else. Uh, that's my opinion, of course. But on the flip side, I didn't start collecting Terrell Davis for the resale value when I'm 6 feet underground. That's all selfish. Everything else that I have, the sets and all that other kind of stuff, that's the quote unquote investment side of it.
Mm.
The Terrell Davis was all me. That's personal. Just like Josh Johnson for you was personal. Some of your other PC players are personal. But I know there's other things that you've picked up from the long term aspect. All your Hall of Fame patches and autographs and stuff. Yes, I know you like them, but that's not personal.
No, it's a fun part of history, and I know as time goes on, obviously we lose players, we lose people. Those in that situation, as we've seen, rightly so or not, when somebody passes, stuff jumps initially, and then maybe there's a dip, and then after a while, it picks up a little. It could
Yep.
be a huge amount like Kobe. It could be a non amount like trying to think who's the guy for the Angels that just passed away a couple of years ago. It's the same thing where you rather pick up the sure thing, the people that have already put their name on trophies, on record books, on all pro, on in the Hall of Fame. You want those players because as much as somebody might like, and you being an LA fan, Mason, if like Cole Calhoun, solid player, you knew he was going to give 110% out there. But do you want his cards, or do you want again lumping Torrey Hunter with Trout and Pujols out there? No, it's apples and oranges, but you sort of get the point. It's like, do you want the guy that's the fan favorite of the time, or do you want the guy that carved out a very good career, or Trout Pujols, who had a Hall of Fame career. It's you. I won't say you're doing the right thing with Torrey, but that's what I would do. And that's Torrey, low numbered stuff. Even if you go back to the Twins stuff of the mid 2000s Upper Deck, there was a lot of nice stuff there that could be had for very reasonable prices. Patch cards that have 4 colors, 5 colors, autos that are super expensive. It just depends on what your end game is. If this is just, hey, I really enjoyed Torrey Hunter. He had a great career in Minnesota. He gave us a lot out here in Anaheim. He went back to Minnesota for a couple of years and then finished her off. That, and then you say, well, maybe down the road you don't want to. Right now, if that's what you're enjoying and it's affordable and it's not stressful. That's the thing. If you start over stressing, that's when you need to take a timeout, take a play or two off, and just sort of recalibrate your focus. But right now, if that's full steam ahead with what ammunition you've got in the old PayPal and bank account, don't get yourself in that rut. That's one thing most collectors need to remember too, that when you start looking at like an Instagram or Facebook or wherever you look for card stuff, hey, I went to the Dallas show this weekend, and that's all you see is like Trout rookies and Lucas and
Durant's.
Oh God, I'm like, nobody collects there. That's the problem with that. You're only finding the S&P 500s, and that's it. You're not dealing with.
Yeah, most of what you're seeing in those platforms, out of like the Dallas show, that's your investors and your flippers. And I hate to say it, you'll have a spattering of collectors.
Yeah.
But, the question becomes, if you pick up stuff to turn around and sell it, are you still technically a collector? I mean, I guess in all practical purposes and from a definition perspective, I guess you are. But, it's pick up what you enjoy. Love what you're picking up. Take advantage of, making some lists. If there's certain, take an opportunity. I'm gonna plug it, but go get you one of the Beckett almanacs out of print. Go do some searching in some of the older stuff. Make some lists. Do some research. Look at other cards that fit into certain sets. Maybe you can find some opportunities to find even other guys for the Angels that maybe you haven't thought about. Not trying to take away from your main player focus, but there's a ton of information out there, and I can tell you do it for the enjoyment, which most of us do it. That's the reason why we do it. It's the reason why most of us are here. But there's no right or wrong way, ever. It doesn't matter what Dave says, what I say, what Carlos says, Vinny. It doesn't matter what any of us say. At the end of the day, if you're satisfied with what you're doing, then that's the right way for you.
You're good to go out there if you want to, Ben.
Okay, thank you. So,
Yeah, and look, like if you look and see a Trout.
So hold on one second. So Mason asked the question. He was going to go make a list. So this would be my recommendation, and it's twofold. If you have a way of getting a hold of Dave on Instagram, or even myself, because I may be able to even find the seller. Pick up an older version of the Beckett Almanac, because it has so much in it. It is ridiculous. So that's going to be your opportunity to look through older sets and inserts and things along those lines. Use Beckett, Beckett.com. Create an account. And the reason why I'm going to tell you to create an account is because it allows you to enable the filters on things. So Beckett.com is going to be your end-all be-all for being able to look it up on the computer screen, so you can look at it better, and then you can use the Beckett as a reference point. So it's like a twofold type thing. And then just kind of peek around, do some eBay searches, look at some of the pictures that they have on Beckett. You may not find one specifically for Tory Hunter, but you can look and go get an idea of certain insert sets or parallels and what they look like by looking at other players. Like I said, there's no right or wrong way, but, for me, my list came straight off of Beckett. And years ago, I paid for OPG, which is Online Price Guide, through Beckett. And at the time, it allowed you to copy and paste a little bit easier and put it into an Excel sheet. I haven't signed back up on it in a long time because, honestly, Beckett prices are irrelevant. More so now than ever. They are way off. And you can't even really use them as a reference point anymore because 99.9% of them are moot. But I extracted everything off of Beckett. Now, I don't know, like I said, if OPG still does it and allows you to easily copy it and paste it into an Excel sheet without a crap ton of hyperlinks and jacked up merge cells and things along those lines. And you can use that as a basis as well. Like I said, I think you can get a month of OPG for $6 or $7, I think. Now, it used to be like $5. It used to be dirt cheap, but I think I know it's gone up some. If you're willing to pay the price, don't go do it on my recommendation and then come to find out you're not able to pull it off. See, there. Well, Mason already says he bought one, so. And then Mike also provides another recommendation. So there are multiple tools out there, and I know like Trading Card Database, I believe, is free. I'm guessing 130 Point is also free. I used Beckett because at the time I created my spreadsheet or my checklist. Pricing was relevant for a lot of it. Some cards, not so much, but the vast majority, pricing was relevant at the time in which I used it. But since I haven't done OPG in a long time, can you? If you can do that, that may be the way to go. Buy a player for $2 or whatever. Play around with it. Extract the data, throw it in an Excel sheet, then you can organize it however way you want to. No, absolutely, Mason. Always glad to help. Keep us posted. Let us know how it goes. What you ultimately decide on, what worked, what didn't. Because there may be others out there that have been putting off, creating a checklist if they're a player collector. Oh, sweet. So Carlos says he does have one just for Madonna. So multitude of options. As Dave and I always say, we don't have all the answers. A lot of the suggestions came out of the chat. So, but keep us in the loop. Let us know what you ended up going with, what worked, what didn't. Just because we're interested to know. Well, I'm interested to know. I can't speak for Dave, but I figured I would speak for us because
That, and again, if Trout has something or Pujols has something that you somehow have in your collection, or even you've bought a pack or bought a box or whatever the case may be, and you like that card, see if Torrey Hunter's got one. Just flip it on eBay. Be like, okay, 2011, whatever, Bowman Platinum Sparkle. There it is.
Yep.
Okay. The buck, free shipping. Probably come in a PWE, plain white envelope, but guess what? For a buck, for something probably you won't find at the card show because people aren't going to bring a Torrey Hunter there, more than likely, unless it's a 101, a patch card, some triple auto or something. Those are the things you can look up and just be like, okay, go through it anyway.
that's the atmosphere that we wanted to bring when Dave allegedly twisted my arm to do this with him.
And that's two people, because Alan, do you see Alan's latest video?
I did.
And how excited he was, and he's like, I texted him after that, and I just said, no shit, fucker. I've told you this. You don't have to buy every Igor out there. Just put a video out every couple of weeks. Doesn't have to be anything super specific. And when he's sitting there, I can't believe all the comments. I'm like, because you're a good person. At least for me. And I know everybody has checkered pasts no matter where we go. I like him a lot.
I'm not saying anything.
I'm just saying I like him. He's one of the guys I'll constantly watch. And we talk via text. We've talked on the phone. But again, I've told him, even if you're just making your fishing videos, he fishes. That's what his big thing is now, the fishing. I say, just show it. It doesn't have to be Babe Winkleman 50 minutes of you sitting and strolling around a pond and talking. You just show 5 minutes of you reeling it in, or your daughter reeling a fish in, or if you don't want that, just a couple casts on the lake and talking about what's going on. That's it. You don't have to be. Oh boy, the Dogecoin card just spun out in the race from 2 weeks ago.
Do what?
You not. Oh my god, he's got Dogecoin on the fucking rear quarter panel, right rear. Holy Christ. I can't believe it. I can't believe it. It's Dogecoin with that little dog, like the Shiba or whatever it is.
Sorry, I was reading something. Who had Doge?
Some and again, I don't know how much racing you've watched in your life, probably none. If it's Phil Parsons' kid. Phil Parsons used to race, and he's a announcer now, but his kid in like the old Bush series. Yes, when that starts, then everybody's in trouble. But yeah, when Alan said that, it's like it feels good to know that people still care. It's like people have cared the whole time. That's why I like to try to reiterate to our old guard, at least make a video every few months to just update people, because maybe, I won't say we have fallen out of favor, but maybe you forget somebody's number. Maybe you got a new phone, you lose a number. Just to later, Paul. You might want to unmute yourself, Steve. I mean, it's a rookie mistake, I know.
Paul's ducking out early. Good night, Paul. I know you've already left, but
we were messaging back and forth last night, and the Oilers game was actually on ESPN Plus. So I was watching some of that, and they had one of the worst face-offs ever. It literally looked like a mites or something. I mean, people just like fell down around it. Nobody knew the puck was live. I couldn't believe that. I know, Dopey. I know.
I still consider you old guard. You're still back in the OG days, and I can understand feeling that way. But remember something: you're making videos for you. You're not making videos for anybody else. Honestly, and that's the way I approach it. It's kind of like a video history of where I started and where I am. So it's, instead of taking a crap ton of pictures or uploading stuff to Photo Bucket, which was a thing for all of us back in the day, which I dreaded doing. I still have a lot of my stuff up there too.
I don't even know what because I think you had to have a password too.
Oh yeah, username and password. Oh yeah.
No idea. I'm sure I don't even know if I put like descriptions in. I can't remember because it's been so long.
But man, I hated that.
The worst. The absolute worst.
I would do, I could do 3, 4, 5 videos and, have a handful of cards, and it's like, oh crap, now I need to upload them to freaking Photo Bucket. No, screw it. I did for a while. I've got between 100 and 200 pictures, give or take. Because I know the Leaf Certified Marigold patch set is uploaded on Photo Bucket. I'm still baiting on whether or not to break that out and show that on Instagram in a multitude of pictures.
I'd say do it on both. Make a video and
1 of 5 ever. Only 5. But going back to the comment, do it as a video log for yourself, man. Honestly. For those, and it's hard. To me, it's harder these days to actually get subs.
Yeah.
Because, back in our day, if you subscribe to a channel, usually you got a return favor. You didn't have to ask for it. That just was a thing. Mm-hmm. If you subscribe to a channel, typically you got somebody return the favor. I want to say I've subscribed to 50, 55 channels over the last year, give or take. And I think I've gotten 3 returns. So it's, at this rate, I'll never hit 1,000 subscribers. At this rate, Dave will never reach 1,000 subscribers.
It's been surprising where, and again, I know where I was sort of at, like at the beginning of last year. I was about 640-ish. And I think I'm about 700 or so now.
That's because you're infamous.
The healing waters of Lake Superior do that to you. And again, back in the day too, when you had a lot of those you had to do something for a sub contest. You had to make some video that actually got people's attention. You try to do like a boring one that just people didn't care. So that's why I would go with the outlandish one, A, because I didn't care.
Then we'll sit here and put the cigarette out.
But doing that because I knew I'd get a laugh out of people. That's what I wanted. A lot of the times you just needed that stupid video. I didn't care if we went to blog and people would be like, oh,
Love you.
I love the video. Whatever. I don't care about that. Or I didn't. It was just I wanted to make some folks laugh because, again, you had other videos that tried, and you could tell they were trying really hard to get a joke over or make somebody laugh. And mine, you could just see it, be like, oh, Christ, the shower video. It's like, that's all it had to be. Just me, people just be like, oh, fuck. But I wasn't, like, doing something dumb in there. I was just singing. Like, I normally start muttering in the shower like a lot of people do. I sing in the shower. And so I figured that'd be a good idea. The mule milk one, that was a good idea because I had the wherewithal. My aunt had the barn at the time and she still has the donkey or whatever. So it was funny, but it wasn't overly produced trying to be funny like we knew some folks would try to do. So that way you got the actual reaction instead of just sort of the pandering to the crowd reaction. And I think that's what's missing now. A lot of it's, we know of people, there's some people that allow the rest of us in to figure out who these other folks are, besides the epidermis, it's deeper than that. But we don't have a lot of those contests where you had to actually do something. Oh, make a list. Show some cards. No, something fun.
Yeah, I didn't join any of the fun ones.
I know. I know that. I mean,
I'm not creative, man.
well, the stuff I liked too was like when Scott dressed up as the pickle in the backyard. That one, again, stuff like that where you knew if he had a few beers in him in the blog, he'd start playing the music a little louder.
Yep.
The ram hat would come on, and there might be some gyrations and headbanging there. But you didn't have that in those videos. I mean, you just didn't see it. You saw his pup, you saw cards, and that was about it. But then again, and a lot of the time, that it didn't even have to be about a contest. I'd rather do that. But I like to do it because then hopefully somebody would see mine and be like, well, this guy's a fucking idiot. I could do better than him. He's like the toilet paper at the end of the roll. I want to be the first sheet off. So I think that's a big, and again, with social media being what it is today, if you're friends on Facebook, or some people aren't, they don't want to put anything on social media. They just want to stay completely away from it. So YouTube, even though it's a social media platform, it isn't sort of like the invasive type that Facebook can be, or even to a degree Instagram. So I don't think a lot of people see what other collectors are actually like. It's just sort of, oh, cards. We can talk about cards, and that's going back to Mason's comment of earlier. That's not what we want our little bubble niche part of the community to be. It doesn't. We start with cards, but then again, like the tagline goes, it's the relationships that are formed beyond the cards what makes everything worth it. So, but going back to your point, Dopey, it's just, yeah, keep putting them out. Again, you'll have me commenting. I think Matt, Third Kind 87 is usually commenting.
I just realized I wouldn't subscribe to him, so You just added a subscriber.
And like I said, I've known Dopey forever. I mean, he went to high school in Ely for the last, I think, couple years, or did you graduate from Barnum? But I know we helped the football coach at the time clear cut a large swath of land for like a right of way for the power poles to go through. So that was a fun couple days of weekend work. And when we see each other, I don't know, not every card show, but we try to meet up at every card show in Duluth that we can. So yeah, just keep putting out videos. I mean, Steve and I are still. I know I'm under 100 by far every video. I'm closer, I think, to that like 40 or 50 right now. Which again, I'd rather have 40 or 50 people that give a shit about what I'm doing than 5,000 people that just see me as a name.
Yeah, I think I average nowadays 34, 35. Back in the old school days, it usually was like 80 to 100, depending on what was in the title.
Mm-hmm.
But, it's like I said, I do it for me. I do it for those people who I know will appreciate it. I mean, I I have 700 plus subs or whatever, and most of those come from the old days, which don't make videos anymore. So it's almost they're like dead subs. I know that's a bad use of words, but it's just a number that throws it out there, and I know who I probably know 20 of the people at a minimum that watch the videos. And that's including some people who are no longer making videos. They may not watch them all, but I know I'll still get views every once in a while from Sick to Fur and from Will Dawkins. Uh, Justice from time to time, he commented on one of my videos not too long ago. So that was, nice to see. Uh, he actually wished me a happy birthday on Facebook. Not that it matters. I mean, Facebook tells you, but still. Uh, he still wished me a happy birthday, so that was, pretty cool. Uh, I was, I sent a picture to Vinny. Uh, so, and this has been a few years ago. We've been in the house 8 years. 2012, December 2012 was when we moved in. And for the first 2 years, one of my wife's customers from Starbucks, we were really good friends with. He helped us move. Used to hang out all the time, do cookouts and all that kind of stuff. He and I went to a bar to see one of his friends play. He's in a hair band cover. And we met a guy from Canada who was living in Texas temporarily to find his sound from a country music perspective. He was a rock musician. Mm-hmm. Big up in Canada, signed a record deal. Most people probably won't know who it is, but he's originally from Jet Black Stare. One of their songs actually was one of the theme songs for SummerSlam or one of the big wrestling events one year. Had some songs in a few TV shows and that type of stuff, but he decided they broke up, and he always wanted to go into country music. But we ended up hanging out with this guy and, started chit-chatting or whatever and becoming we'll call it acquaintances. He came out here a few times and, uh, you know, would debut some of his songs that he had written, acoustic and unplugged, which was really freaking cool to actually then, hear them
Hmm.
and knowing that we heard some of the original iterations of it. But he wished me a happy birthday on Facebook. Uh, we lost contact years ago, but it's one of those in which it's still cool that to think that although you don't talk to these people frequently, there's still somewhat of that lasting impression to where they still remember you. Although Facebook reminds you, it's still cool that they took the time to do that. So the guy's name is Rod Black. For anybody who cares, but formerly a Jet Black Stare. He's good. He is definitely a performer, and he's got an awesome voice too. So
I can't say that I've heard of them, but maybe if I've heard of the song that maybe was on whatever WWF pay-per-view, that would jog me.
I'll have to see if I can find it because I want to say it was the theme song for WrestleMania or SummerSlam one year. Let's see if I can find it.
So have you picked anything up as of late?
Ready to roll.
Okay.
So yeah, if you go take a peek. Have I picked up anything lately? Something on the way. Only one card. Care package was the latest. I'm behind on videos. I still have to do my February pickups, which is the Germany collection, which I showed off a lot of the highlights though already on Carlos's show, but I still need to make a video. I need to include Mike's care package in that video too, because I want to make sure I get a video. I did post it on Instagram, but I still want to give him his due on video too. And then I have my March pickups, which I won't record until April. Because with things starting to slow down, it's probably going to be a monthly video type thing. Unless I interject, the PC showcase stuff, which now that I'm back in the office, well, the cards are back in the office, I should say. I can start doing the podcast from the office. And yes, Mike, you noticed I am back in the office. I was hoping to be back in the office last week, but there you go. SummerSlam 2008, Dave. I'm hoping that I can start doing more of the PC showcase stuff, because I like to get that wrapped up sooner than later. Just because.
Oh, yeah.
I want people to see it. Plus, like I said, it's a history for me. There's a few, like the 98, I think I interjected some of the recent pickups, which I think is the reason why 98 was delayed when I did it, because I wanted to include some of the recent pickups. I don't think I'm going to do that moving forward just because it's too difficult to make sure that I don't mix stuff up. I mean, I've already updated my checklist. All my counts are current, all that other kind of stuff. It's all good from that perspective. But yeah, I'd like to to get the PC Showcase stuff going again. Like I always say, though, it is difficult because at least the years now, they're pushing an hour, if not longer.
Mhm.
So sometimes it's hard to carve out that time and go through it to make sure that you give each card at least a few seconds, instead of rattling it off, and doing one of these. So, but I of course also want to get to the autos and the patches because there's a lot of stuff. No bracket. There's a lot of stuff that a lot of people haven't seen unless they've followed me for my entire journey on YouTube, of course. If you've gone back and watched all my videos, then kudos to you and I thank you. But there's a lot of stuff that a lot of people haven't seen, and I don't want to spoil everything on Instagram because YouTube, of course, is my first platform for card sharing before I start, taking more pictures and putting stuff up on Instagram. I've done a few, but I just got to get moving. It's a lack of motivation. I hate to admit it, but it is right now.
I try to do the videos. I want to pump at least like one a week. And usually now with actually having that little memory stick that Trista got me for Christmas, I have a ton of room now on the old phone. See, when you take off like 40 or 50 videos and 1,500, 2,000 pictures, you don't have to worry about the phone dying at 10 minutes for the video. So I'm able to do it like a day, 2 days, 4 days, a week, like the ones with Naomi. I think we did the hanger pack, the $10 one, and the one Vinny and Cece got us in the package. We did that in one day, and then we did one of the blasters, I think, the next day, and then we waited, I think, till last Monday to do the other blaster. So I'm like, she's like, let's open them all. I'm like, let's space them out. Again, they're not coming into the collection as frequently as I'd like it either, but I don't want to. If you try finding them at Target or Walmart, it sucks. You can't find them, and I'm not paying double online because you want to open cards.
Yeah, I found another Walgreens hanger this past Sunday. Didn't do as well as the first one, but didn't think that I would.
That's where you should just do them on a video too, just even a 5-minute busting some product. Just to have something.
Yeah, and I've thought about that too. It's one of those, when I get the itch, I get the itch. It's no different. Look at how long I kept the score in the Prestige in the 2020 that came from Vinny and Cease. I opened those with just Vinny and I.
Okay.
I was like, I've been staring at these since December. It's now March. So I opened them. They're here sitting here on the table. Because why not try and build 6 other sets?
Yes, why not?
Sometimes I bite off more than I can chew, but that's what keeps things interesting for me. And like I kind of alluded to earlier, I'm going to zag for a bit, since I'm I feel like I'm being priced out on some of the TD stuff, which is fine. It's not the first time I've stepped aside from it and started, focusing on other stuff. So I'll start doing looking for some lots to finish some of these sets or close off a lot of the gaps in the sets. And then I'll start looking at sets again and try and pick up some of those other ones off my list. I don't want to be in the YouTube Hall of Fame. Just throwing that out there. I have no interest. Okay, I take that back. That's not a completely accurate statement, because
I figured as much.
if it's because people truly think that I deserve to be there, then that's different. But I'm not. What's the word I'm looking for? I try to be politically correct, but I'm not an ass kisser, and I am who I am, and I don't feel like I need to be somebody else in order to get some sort of acclaim, although it's not a thing. I don't know. Yeah, he did. He posted a video, my care package. And I'm pretty sure you commented on it too. That wasn't years. That was a few weeks. But of course, it took me sending him a care package in order to make a damn video. Oh, he had made one before. Him and old dude opening packs.
Yeah.
That was a few weeks prior to that.
I've noticed since that old Hall of Fame voting, a lot of content's been missing. Not much filling up the feed.
Wow. Imagine that. Isn't that a repeat type situation? Every year?
Oh yeah, it is. But I'm always, and stunned isn't the word. I'm stunned that people don't see it for what it is.
It's a popularity contest.
Oh.
I hate to say that. No offense, Ed. It is. Not that. Maybe I shouldn't have said it that way.
You should have.
Maybe I shouldn't have.
You should have.
Ed consistently makes content. Ed's a good dude. It's one of those in which he's one I don't have an issue with.
Well, who are the ones you have an issue with? Now that you said that,
we're not going to go into that topic of conversation. We're coming up on 3 hours 40 minutes. It's about that time to wind down.
Spoiler alert: that'll be a topic for another show.
No, it will not. No, we will not.
Names, faces, channel names.
We will not. You already know. We've had this conversation. It's not a mystery to you. I just refuse to put it out publicly. Yes, he needs to create a new channel.
I was going to say, can we vote for Ed if he changes his name to Crypto Grip?
Yes. We should be able to. It's a different channel.
Doesn't even have to be a new channel. It just has to be a channel name change. And that's I understand where, again, the run up to the fictitious Hall of Fame thing, people are wanting to get in for whatever reason. I don't know.
You're good, LA Pats. No, it's off topic. Okay, I got to ask this. How many shows have you watched? We touch on the topic early on, and then it's wherever it goes. There is no set topics of conversation after we actually get through the main topic. It just kind of happens to go where it goes. Please do. We're interested to get that that name that you're referring to.
Yeah, come on, Wes. Yeah, and I get where the burnout happens. You just, okay, the current market, if it's stuff that you're pretty much in your wheelhouse, is you're getting priced out of, and for whatever reason you only collect Kobe, LeBron, Trout, and Mahomes for whatever reason, and you're like, I don't want to buy anything else. Well, okay, then that's still down on you, but in the same vein, it's like, man, it feels like the Sahara Desert out here. I get home or I'm looking through. I'm like, okay, who's got videos? Okay, Irving's got his breaks. I really don't want to watch 10 breaks in a row. Chris has all his breaks from Cards Infinity. And those are going up. He's not doing like the simultaneous, like, hey, I'm breaking right now and also recording / uploading right now. That stuff used to come up to the early part of the day. It'd be like 11:30, 12 my time, so 12:31 his, and it'll go to like 6, 7 o'clock my time. Now all that stuff's getting put up at the end of the day, which I hate.
Yep.
I'm not watching any of them.
Well, yeah, he uploads usually it's the live stream that hits, and then all the subsequent individual videos start kind of coming in.
That's you're not going to find many fans in this chat of him.
Well, LA Pats, you will always get that from Dave. You will get it from me. The only difference is I try and be a little bit more politically correct, I guess. However, if you get me on the right day, the right moments, the right conversation, the right day, you may get to see that side of me that not many people do. There's very few people have ever seen that side of me. Not that I'm trying to hide anything, because I'm not. Shut up, Dave. You know me better than that.
Yeah, I do. This is true.
It takes a lot to get me to that point. But, Dave has seen it. Vinny has seen it.
It's tough to get me riled up.
But it's one of those in which it really does. It's all dependent on day, topic, situation, circumstance. I've been a little fiery on a few episodes, considering somehow I'm guessing that's how I got the foul-mouthed nomenclature from a certain other individual that's part of an unnamed podcast that happens to air the same night as us for some unknown reason. Although a certain individual that frequents this podcast informed them that there is another podcast that airs on the same day.
And he was baffled at that. Even though he's been in the chat before and
twice
on screen with us on the other podcast, and we've talked about it, and I just
So speaking of other said unnamed podcast, Carlos, when are you up? Is it next week?
Whatever the 10th episode is, because I think tonight was 7. I think.
Okay, so it's sometime in April then.
Yeah, instead of the 7. Yeah, the first week of April.
And we appreciate you here for sure. I was laughing at Carlos's comment. For those who have been around, everybody knows who we're talking about. For those who don't, we'll share it at some point, or go back and watch some of the other episodes. Um, we've named said individual a few times. We'll give you the one piece of investment advice: Ziggy Palfy to the moon. That is mega yacht money. We're standing behind it.
Hashtag invest.
We lost our hashtag invest. Paul's not here.
I was going to say I didn't even see him do it during the night.
Well, because we hadn't been really talking about investing. But usually we end up somehow, shape, form, or fashion talking about certain things, and that's usually when it comes out. Yes, mega yacht money, Ziggy Palfy, and Greg Jeffries. Well, I kind of agree with Carlos's opinion on Brady, but hopefully that doesn't change your opinion on me. At least I'm being honest. At least I'm being honest. So we are coming up on the 4-hour mark. Anybody have anything else they'd like to bring up as a topic? Question, comment, suggestion? Before we sign off for the evening? Anybody? Anybody? Didn't you say you sent a link to Ed? Thanks for joining, Ed. Hashtag CryptoGriff sucks. Who would I collect? Ooh. If it wasn't TD, it would be, and I've mentioned this before, it would be either Emmett or Barry. But you're still here. We're about to wrap up. You're still here. Lame excuse. Lame excuse. That's lame. Lame. I beat you to it, Carlos. You might have said it at the same time or typed at the same time I said it, but it took a while for. Okay, TMI. TMI, Ed, TMI. Of course, then again, I do the same thing when watching Carlos on Sunday. I'm usually in the bedroom, vegging in the bed. Got it on the TV. And then every once in a while, I'll get adventurous and I'll jump on from time to time, depending on the conversation. Nobody. The answer to that question, Mason, is nobody.
Very accurate.
And that's not a incorrect response. I hate to say this. At some point, Dave could probably have a card of almost every freaking player ever from the last 20 years at a minimum, and I wouldn't put it past him.
Another very accurate statement. But if I could collect someone seriously, like I've done with a lot of other players, I don't even know.
Because you collect who you collect now for reasons. Oh, I quoted Carlos. We haven't heard that out of Carlos in a while. For reasons. I just now realized that. Hmm. Hmm. Hmm.
Which Little League card? I think I've got one of mine. I got one of my daughters, but she didn't. No, they didn't have. I don't know if they had cards. I think they just had the wallets. And they didn't have anything cool like we did, where on back you had like stats and all that stuff. Just
It is not overplayed, Carlos. It can never be overplayed. If that's the case, then because your Carlos could be overplayed. And allegedly has definitely been overplayed as of late across both podcasts.
any stream that we're on, it seems to get. It's like a top 40 hit. It's like, okay, we've heard it for the last 50 weeks. We can bring it out once in a while, but
No, we have to stick with the allegedly. That's for sanity's sake and for reasons. But then again, I did bust out with nomenclature. Been a while since I had used nomenclature in a while. LA
yeah,
Pats, I appreciate that, but just know it's not necessary. I
that's
do it. I do appreciate it, but that's not why we do this.
that's what I was gonna say. Don't ever think that we
Actually, I'm going to take that back. I'm going to recant what Dave said in his video with the care package from Mike. It's appreciated, but it's not needed. We don't do this because we want anything. Bullshit. I want all of you to send me all the freaking cars that you can because I'm greedy and I'm selfish. I want you to send me everything. I want all the free cards ever. Okay, just kidding.
yeah, don't ever think that anybody's gonna send us anything. Also, I will speak for Steve on that. Again,
It is definitely not necessary. We do this because we enjoy the conversation. We love the hobby. We love the friends that we've made. The you guys that are here every week supporting us. That's we didn't know where this would end, where this would take us, and Dave and I will speak for Dave in this. We are pleasantly surprised and pleasantly pleased with where we are. We just hope that at some point we can reach more people. Um, we do. We would like to grow the podcast. We'd like to grow the channel. Let's be real. Um, but if it doesn't and it stays exactly where it is, we're completely satisfied. It's more than what we ever expected and anticipated. So for that, we thank you. It's you guys. So
yeah, we've talked about it. We do we want to do Ken Golden numbers? That'd be pretty tough to follow the chat. That would make a difficult proposition. And but would we want to have more like-minded folks like everybody in the chat now, anybody that's caught this on replay, anybody that's joined us previous that somehow still hasn't found the podcast on its own channel. I think I've done an okay job of I think a couple videos ago, God, I was just That sounded like an infomercial.
You did, and I almost put that in the comments. I know Carlos put it there. He's like the whatever it was, and I can't remember the exact verbiage, but something along the lines of the plugs were strong. No, I do not have the PMG. The original 97 PMGs. No, I do not have them. I do have the 2013. I think it's they call it the blue. I think it's numbered to 5. I do have that one, but I do not have the original 97s.
The promo game was strong or something, or off the chart. It seemed like every other sentence that's what it was, and I think by the end I'm like, God, how many times have I fucking said this? This seems like a lot even for me.
Yes, it was interesting coming out of you because you're not a self-promotion guy. Neither am I, for that matter.
But I know some of the folks that watched when it was on my channel. I haven't seen a lot. We've seen a lot, but some of those folks that we saw earlier, nothing. And I mean, that's the only reason I keep saying it is if they want to watch, if they want to subscribe, so be it. I want them to make sure that they're not like, well, what the hell happened there? It was on for whatever 20 episodes and it's just gone away. And no, it's still there. So that's the only reason I keep on rambling on and on and on and on and on and on about it.
Small tip, Dave. I keep reminding you, if you would ever remember, put the link to the new channel in the description. And when you say, don't say, if I remember, I'll do this. I will put the link in the description for those who want to subscribe to the new channel and catch us live or on the replay, since it has moved.
I'll try to remember.
Ay, Dave. It's not that difficult, man. I know you're Amish and everything, but damn.
This is true.
Not to mention, you still haven't gone and fixed all the place or the freaking thumbnails on all the old videos yet.
I know. They're coming for you. The slander.
Remember, guys, I live off of a major U.S. highway thoroughfare, which at some point I think was in the top 5 deadliest highways in the country. So yeah, the sirens are a consistent theme. It's actually kind of crazy. We have 2 fire departments outside our subdivision. Not 1, 2. But then again, that's because we're still considered quote unquote Aubrey. The other side of the highway is considered Little Elm, so I guess that's the reason why.
Now, completely off topic of anything that we've ever talked about, but when you go to that, do you have a scanner app on your phone you ever plug in and play when you start hearing those sirens, just during the day or nothing? Because I know, again, it's Ely, so I mean, there's nothing going on. There's no thoroughfares or anything. There's just Ely. 2 roads in and out, not just the one. Well, 3 if you count the one that's sort of a back road that ends up about 2-3 miles out of town. So.
Well, the town of Aubrey is actually 10 miles northwest of us. So how this was considered Aubrey is beyond me, because we have like Crossroads and Oak Point and some other like small entities in the area. But yeah, it's at some point, I have a feeling that somehow, shape, form, or fashion, Little Elm will swallow us up because they've been picking up a lot of the land and the subdivisions and all that kind of stuff out here. So I have a feeling at some point, we'll be part of Little Elm, which is 7 miles south of us technically. But what makes things even more interesting is so we live in the town of Aubrey. The town of Little Elm, like I said, is the south subdivision. That's actually Little Elm. But both subdivisions go to Denton ISD.
Okay.
It's like, can you be any more confused with what's going on here? So,
And storms. You just got a bunch of storms. Anything affect you guys?
no, just some rain.
So I
Nothing
saw,
major.
and again, I think I shared it on Facebook. Even though the guy and his team are a bunch of clowns, they're usually right in the middle of the storms, which I enjoy. That Reed Timmer and his storm chasing crew, they got, I don't even remember what the car is called. It looks like some Mad Max type thing, all armored out or whatever. But he was down there and they had some good footage of tornadoes, the recent batch of storms, I think over the weekend maybe. So I always try to see if it's anywhere near you, but
Well,
remember,
all you have to, if you hear anything in like the city of Denton, that's fairly close. So we're between Denton and McKinney. Uh, and I mean, there's a lot of small places, I guess. You've got Prosper, you've got McKinney, you've got Crossroads, Oak Point, Denton, Aubrey, Little Elm. So I mean, it's there. There's a lot of different entities like right in this area. So it's really hard to even tell you. So if you hear a tornado warning for Denton County is huge.
mm-hmm.
In some states, counties could be very small. Here in Texas, counties are freaking huge. I mean, the Denton County could probably fit. Maybe two Denton counties would be Connecticut. And I'm not exaggerating.
Guy that's got the number 44 car I'm watching. Discover Denton, Texas as his sponsor.
Yep, that's right up the highway.
So Dogecoin and Discover Denton, Texas in a fucking Bush Series race as sponsors.
So just listen for Denton or Aubrey, and if anything's near US 380. If it's
what I've done is the Denton. When I hear that, I'm like, okay, I know it's somewhere in your area because I remember the one. I don't even remember how many years ago now it was when there's like just violent tornadoes, and I think the southern metroplex. So I want to say Carrollton.
Which is where I used to live.
And I remember because I'm like, oh shit, I remember this. I know this, and they're just like west of Carrollton. I'm like, oh fuck. I'm like, I know somebody that's cool.
Yep. But keep in mind, Carrollton's also a pretty big city, though, too.
Well, yeah. So is Moore, Oklahoma, too, and
yeah, but I to be honest, I think Carrollton would even be bigger than Moore.
Oh, I believe that, but I mean, it's just saying that tornadoes seem to.
Oh, they
no matter the size. Because there was one in downtown Dallas, or They
It
had
was it was near Dallas Love Field, which is actually where my father-in-law lives. Uh, it was southeast of him,
okay.
but it was close, and there was a crap ton of damage. But I do have an actual tornado story, and then we'll wrap it up since we're just now a little over 4 hours. Um, so where I used to work uh, was in Carrollton. It was a warehouse job, and near where the office was, one of the sirens was somewhat near the vicinity. Well, here they do testing the first Wednesday of every month, and it's usually mid-afternoon. And
We have the same thing up here too. About 1 o'clock, it's the civil defense siren or whatever it's called, the tornado, all that.
yep, and we knew that rain was coming in. I mean, we saw it darkening up or whatever, but not specifically where we were. The interesting thing is the damn siren went off, and all of us were like, "Oh, well, it's Wednesday about that time. Oh, they're testing." About 7 miles north of us, a tornado touched down. It didn't do a whole lot of damage. It was, an F1, and it wasn't on the ground for long at all. But it's one of those in which that's like piss poor timing. Here, normal time of the test, because it was always around the same time that they did the test, and it was always the first Wednesday of every month. But yet, the crazy thing is, it was a legitimate tornado warning. It was not a test. Shut up, Carlos. We are not at the geography part of the podcast, but at least Dave cares enough to ask if we're good in the event that something is close.
I've done that several times too, I think, if I remember.
You have. We are still in Tornado Alley, and we are in North Texas. We're an hour from the Red River, so
Still a dream of mine. I want to do tornado chasing.
Well, Oklahoma, Nebraska, good place to go.
I'll catch up with one of the old Beckett guys, and I don't know if he's in Tulsa or Oklahoma City. Maybe I can go bother Josh Johnson's parents because that's where they moved after they lived here in Minneapolis. So, because I think he's still out in California. But yeah, that's the two dreams, the big dreams. Be within like a couple hundred yards of like a F3, F4 tornado or whatever the safe distance is, but you're still absolutely just like in awe.
Well, and you can feel it.
Yes, which I mean, you could probably feel it. If I've watched tons of the tornado videos, like the El Reno one, I think in 2013, which a lot of videos are on YouTube in Oklahoma, and then
You can feel it within usually within 10 to 15 miles of it.
I've heard that, and as much as I want that, I want to have that just where it's raw power, where it is.
Dude, it's an ominous feeling, man.
But you need to be cognizant of how close you are, because again, there is no perfect quote unquote trajectory that it's going to just keep going the way it's going. So that's for me part of the excitement, where it's like you don't know, and then the train trek over in Europe. I want to go visit a ton of the World War II battle areas, and
Yep, you mentioned that on Sunday.
yeah, those are the two. And again, like I've said, you look at me and you think, what? I think the only thing you want to go to is like a 99-cent buffet that's closing and it's half price. So
I tell you what, though, Dave, it's an ominous feeling. I mean, it's you feel the pressure.
Oh, that's the huge thing. The pressure drops.
I mean, you feel it, and it's only happened once in my life. Even with the one that dropped while I was at work, and this was years ago. My mom and I was still in high school, just out of high school, and we were under a tornado warning. And of course, I always like to go outside like a freaking idiot because just God, I've never seen one in person. It's you want to see a funnel cloud. I don't know, uh, but I went outside and outside maybe 10, 15 minutes or so in the courtyard area of the apartment complex that we were living in, and I mean, you felt it. It was the weirdest, most ominous feeling I think I've ever experienced in my life, and I can't even explain it. I mean, and this was over 10 miles from where we lived, where it actually dropped. But the fact that I like I said, I can't put it in words. It almost like takes your breath away. It is just weird. The calmness. I mean, you could hear a pin drop,
Mhm.
and then the change in pressure. It's a weird feeling, man. And I'll leave it at that.
Yeah, that's if anybody that's watching now live in the chat or afterwards, if you are bored and you're bored with hobby content, that's something to look up. Just start looking up like tornado chase videos, and that stuff is an absolute rush. You always feel bad for the folks that lose everything, including lives. I will not downplay that, but just the power of nature. That's what I'm always amazed by. It's just you sit there and you track a storm. The conditions have to be right. The humidity, the moisture in the air, the flow of the jet stream. You have to have everything right. And when it comes together and it's like an F5 tornado, again, Moore, Oklahoma's been hit twice, the same city twice by a F5, and then the El Reno one, which you just look up El Reno tornado chase, and there's so many good videos about that. There's one guy that I think is from Australia that comes over to the US in the summer to just chase tornadoes. He's got whatever visa for like 3 months, 4 months. He miscalculated whatever the radar was in his vehicle, and he was on the very outer edge of it, and it knocked over. I think he came in because he saw somebody was stopped, so he slowed down, and his which was like a RAV4 or something of the sort, and a semi came just about. I think it clipped the back because the wind knocked it over into the back left, but it basically offered itself up when it flipped or came on its side as a shield from the wind. He's like, if that wasn't there, I was a goner because that thing slid like basically right into him and like tucked him into the trailer and the second. So it's some scary stuff. I will not downplay that or the loss of life, the property and damage it does, but just to see the power, the fury. Because I'm a weather nerd, an absolute weather nerd. When I was 11 and 12, 13, we were in Superior. That was when we first had the Weather Channel. I've said it before. I would watch the Weather Channel probably as much as I watch sports. And I mean, that's where I've learned a lot of it because you'd sit there and listen, take all that in, and it was interesting. I know a lot of people don't give a shit about, oh, it's sunny out. That's it. It's like, yeah, there's a lot more going on than just sun. I mean, check where the cold front is or the warm front. You don't know where that moisture's coming from. If it's getting sucked up out of the Gulf of Mexico. Guess what? Storms are brewing. But
Yeah,
nobody. Oh, where's the storms coming from? Where? I don't know anything. Well, take 5 minutes, take 10 minutes, and just learn.
Yeah, I'll pass with the ground moving. I'll deal with the possibility of tornadoes. Because yeah, it's officially springtime, and we are in severe weather season here in North Texas. So we'll see. Since we had a interesting end to our winter, technically, with the snow and the brutally cold temperatures. Yes, I know it's nothing compared to you, Dave. But like I said, we're not used to that. It doesn't usually get that cold here. So bad it, and they were doing rolling blackouts and all that other kind of fun stuff. So school was canceled for the whole week. It was interesting. It was interesting.
Naomi and her mother, when they visited the Philippines in 2019, I think, in April, they got to experience an earthquake.
Yeah, I'll pass.
I think it was, 5.8, 6.0, something like that. So again, being 15,000 miles away, you're like, huh. And nobody's having any contact with you. You're just like, that's a fun situation.
I don't know how to take that, Bobby.
Yeah, after tonight, that's it. That's the first time.
Right. All right, Dave.
Thank you, everyone, for joining the chat tonight. Again, it makes, I won't say our job, but it makes the podcast go along a lot smoother. You guys are all voicing your opinions and asking questions and just the banter back and forth. It always helps everything go smoother, and 4 hours and change doesn't seem like 4 hours and change. It feels like about an hour or so, and happy to get through the topic. I actually went a lot longer than I thought I would. We deviated a bit, but it still circled back, and everything was sort of relevant to what we were speaking about. So that always, that's what we want to do. We want to make that first 90 minutes or so. Is that Bob Lewis?
Mm-hmm.
Bob ducking in here, I know, for a little bit tonight, but figured get this out of the way just as a sort of a standalone. It's a possibility. Thank you. So I know next week's episode is going to be a incredibly timely one. So I'll try to have the old picture up or the screen grab or whatever the hell it is tomorrow at some point in time. As I've been trying to do that, get people a little, I won't say more interested, but give them a little time to ponder what the topic's going to be and if they come up with anything. So it's thank you, Carlos. It wasn't decent or adequate, so that's an improvement. So
I don't know about the gentleman part, though.
yeah, that's very, very lenient with the term or the word.
That may be a stretch.
Like my pants waist. Again, thank you, everybody. If you catch us in the replay, we thank you for watching there, being part of this little community or niche of the community. We hope to grow it. You guys are a main part, though. We're always going to be forever grateful for everything you all bring to our lives. So until next week, collecting cards, that makes the hobby fun. Building those friendships and forging those friendships along the way. That's what this that's what the hobby should be about. And now all the comments come in.
Of course.
Oh, subscribe, hit the notification,
Thumbs
Discord,
up.
thumbs down, whatever you want to do. You can click on that video for 5 seconds. Guess what? It's a view. So, Patreon, everything, money orders, well concealed cash,
Venmo.
Dogecoin, Crypto coin. So, thank you and good night, everyone.
Good night, everybody.